actually was part of a battery storage startup while I was in the US. For the past 6 years, I've been in the venture capital space across deep tech and climate sectors. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Shankar, a little over 3 decades of experience in financial services. In between, I had an 8-year stint with IBM. In the last 10 years, I've been specializing in enterprise risk, especially in credit risk management. Currently, I work with Speciale as Chief Risk Officer and ESG Officer, trying to build a risk framework for ESG and the company on an overall basis for the last 6 months. Looking forward to meeting all of you.
Hi everyone, my name is Aryu Srinivas. I am a people coach and I have the interesting role of working with this outstanding talent that Speciale has assembled. I also work with some of the portfolio companies in terms of making sure that we are able to drive the right sort of people culture, performance culture, compensation strategies, scaling up the organization for growth, etc. By training, I'm a chartered accountant, but I've kind of drifted into HR because I believe the management of human capital is as challenging, if not even more than financial capital. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Krishna Swamy. I joined Special recently as the CFO. Before this, I was the CFO of a growing SaaS company. I bring in close to 2 decades of experience across auditing, consulting, banking, fintech, and SaaS. I am passionate about leveraging my experience by helping the founders navigating the complexities of scaling their business around fundraising, financial strategy, and the ever-changing compliance. I will be around throughout the day, and I look forward to catching up with some of you. Thank you for taking out. Have a glorious day ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Leela here. I'm the Chief of Staff and Head of Investor Relations. I've been with Speciale for over 3 years now. I've been a banker for the last 13 years, now handling investor relations and special projects at Speciale. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Hi everyone, I'm Vijay. I've been with Speciale for the last couple of years, but I'm the only one from the Singapore team. We actually have 2, one of us couldn't be here. Our goal is to replicate some of the amazing stuff that the team has done in India and to do it out of Singapore. My background is I've spent 17 years in investing across TPG Newquest, Actis, and Merrill Lynch in the Hong Kong team.
Great, thank you very much. We welcome you to the summit again. And of course, we're all here through the day. If there's anything you need, we're most happy to help and assist. But with that, we'll let the team take over. Great, thank you.
Lovely to have everyone here. Now we have all our friends from the rest of the ecosystem, founders, co-investors, and other partners as well. Thank you everybody for joining us on this very, very special day.
Over here. Hello, everyone. So I want to speak about a revolution that's happening in India right now. And every single person in this room is party to it. We want to call it the India Deep Tech Revolution. It is something that can change the course of India's history and how the future shapes up. You know, if you look into your welcome kit that you have, there would be multiple booklets. One of the most heaviest one is a report that we wrote on this revolution. I'll speak a little bit about that report today. Please take a look at it. So today, some of you have already heard this word quite a lot, and you're going to hear this word repeatedly again and again, deep tech. What is deep tech? So for us, deep tech, the definition is very simple. It is any technological innovation that can solve some of the profound challenges faced by humanity using science and engineering innovations. It's as simple as that. It cuts across sectors. It many times is a confluence of different technologies that are available. And to be very honest, the term deep tech is a very, very inorganic phrase. It can talk about multiple sectors. It could be about various different technologies. You know, it could be a 3D printed cryogenic rocket engine that you can see outside. It could be a gene therapy that can solve cancer. Or it could be an electrolyzer that can split the most common compound on Earth's surface, water, to produce one of the most versatile energy carriers, hydrogen. The prototype is right outside. Please do go and take a look at it. But when you want, what do you want? Like, you know, we have been thinking about, like, you know, how do we give some logical way to think about deep tech? Not every technology, every scientific breakthrough can be deep tech. Not every technological innovation with a commercial application, that can't be deep tech either. So what is deep tech? One of the ways we want to think about is using this 2x2 matrix over here. Deep tech usually falls under the one on the left top corner, Pasteur's quadrant, very rightly named after Louis Pasteur, who discovered the scientific principles of vaccination, microbial fermentation, and of course, pasteurization. Scientific breakthroughs, but found their way through commercial applications. And deep tech innovations that fall under, it's still, we will see them as scientific innovations, but they typically have a case to make on commercial pathways and scalability. And that's the ones which we typically invest in. But the phrase deep tech, the phrase is new, but the concept is not. If you actually think about it, every single innovation wave since Industrial Revolution has been deep tech. We have had multiple of those happening. It's just that right now we got a phrase, a lingo to just amalgamate and call all of those in one phrase. We keep talking about deep tech innovations, but when it comes to startups, how do you evaluate it? Again, no standard ways to do it, but what we try to do is use this phrase called technology readiness levels. It's TRLs. It's a phrase coined by NASA, but widely used in deep tech these days. Typically, when a company comes to us, we would imagine them to be somewhere on TRL 4 or TRL 5, some lab validation, some prototype, pre-commercial prototype, something like that. See, there are exceptions. We have invested companies even before TRL 4, and we have invested later than TRL 5 as well. Typically, they come to us at that stage. What we try to help them is to achieve the milestones later. One big problem with deep tech is we don't know how to value it. Revenues come in much later than a regular startup. So we try to look it from a milestone perspective. So once they hit, what we have typically seen is the value of the company, once they hit certain milestones, especially TRL 7, 8, and beyond, it's exponential growth, much faster, steeper value growth. And this is very widely seen, not just from deep tech startups. In our matured startups has exhibited the same phenomena, but like, from mature ecosystems in Europe and North America, we see the same thing. But we also want to think about like a lot of challenges, and one of the ways is to see what are the valleys of death that deep tech startups face. We typically come as the first valley of death, which is where the startup needs to move from lab to the market. The science risk is very high. We, of course, come with capital support, but then provide them with support on strategic support, connections, introductions to the industries. Help them improve and navigate that first value of death. But once they navigate that, then comes another phase as such. It is a second value of death where people have to do pilots. We usually stay course, help them achieve and navigate that, and then move towards commercialization and more scaling. But for us, it's like I have never been so hopeful about my country's future than I am today. With the pipeline, the plush pipeline that I see. But then we had this nagging feeling, right? When I was writing this report, I had this nagging feeling, is it just us? Like, is it only the startups? So we dug in a little deeper, went and found these values from every single year. This is from IPR, the Intellectual Property Rights Commission's website, their annual report. Every year, they just put out the numbers. So we collected it from around 11, reports. As you can see, like till 2017-18, the number of patents filed by Indians in India has been growing at a rate of 7%. And from 18 to 2023, it's been growing at 22%. This number is phenomenal, the growth. This has not happened in India before. I do have the number for FY 24. They just didn't publish, so I didn't want to put it there. That's 63,000. That's 25% growth. Sorry, 50% growth from 43,000 in FY 23. India is the 6th largest country in terms of patents filed, but the fastest growing as well, 25% growth according to WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. And not just the quantitative numbers, that's definitely working in favor, but we have also observed some sort of qualitative trends that we are getting excited about. I'll speak about the first 5, and then Arjun will dive deeper into the last one, double-click much more deeper. As you have seen, innovators are building for the world. We have Seinler, which opened a R&D center in Switzerland. Ultraviolet is getting more orders from outside India than India. Firmbox has set up a JV to set up the largest bioreactor in Southeast Asia. ePlane had an inbound investor coming and saying that, we want to invest in you and we want to help you take you to Southeast Asia and beyond. So not just SaaS, we are building for the world now. This is quite obvious, but we are seeing it at a large scale, whether it be Prashanta and Rochan from Nutrace, or Srinath and Moin from Agnikul, or Apur from Eternal. These people all went abroad to study. They had very lucrative careers in their hand. They decided to come back, and not just come back, but build from India. And that's a pattern, very, very, very noticeable. Of course, academia, the support of academia that has happening in this country right now. Like professors, we have Dr. Satya from ePlane, Dr. Arin from Inspecity, Dr. Rajni and Dr. Nandi from IISc, Morphing Machines. Professors are starting companies, and not just starting companies, they are transforming themselves as individuals into brilliant founders. And and the support is definitely there. The government is pushing as well, and that takes me to the next stakeholder. Government is an important stakeholder in the deep tech ecosystem, And government is not only just providing supporting policies. They have the deep tech startup policy, which I know is under ministerial consultations right now, like very close to becoming an official policy, but sector-specific policies on green hydrogen, biotechnology, space tech. And in addition to that, they are providing grants. This is a very crucial, important factor for investors and for the ecosystem as well. They're providing grants, BIRAC for biotechnology, METI for electronics and semiconductors, and IDEX for multitude of defense challenges. The grants bring down the cost of capital lower. And that's very important for these early stage startups as well. It's a mix of grant and equity that makes them more successful. And this is perhaps corporates, perhaps the most important stakeholder in the deep tech ecosystem, after founders, of course. Corporates can have profound influence at every single stage of a startup's development. They can be early partners in sponsoring R&D. They can go and give early partnerships, first customers, corporate capital, and even exit routes through acquisitions. They're very, very important and very crucial in what they're building. For the next stage, I'll welcome Arjun to take over and focus on the final one. Sorry.
Thanks, Vishnu. Yeah, I think Vishnu's highlighted all the ingredients that are coming together for the deep tech ecosystem to really prosper within this country. But at the same time, what we want to be cognizant about and what we want to focus on, are we just drinking our own Kool-Aid a little too much? We also want to cross-verify this with other trends, and particularly the trend of capital flow, right? Hence, what we want to first highlight here is what is a global VC funding landscape on deep tech, right? And then compare that to where we are in India and what the trends really look like, right? At the global level also, we're seeing disproportionate amount of capital on consistent growth in the amount of capital that is being invested in the deep tech ecosystem. And we have seen this, we sort of take away and normalize the 2021-22 era where there was excess liquidity. Let's normalize that and therefore look pre that era to now, there's a 50% growth, right? That has happened at the global level in terms of capital. The scale is in the tens of billions of dollars, of course, with that one blip, which is $150 billion. But if you leave that aside, also, we are constantly growing. We've gone from 50 to about $75 billion at a global level in deep tech investing, right? Which is a very, very positive trend to say for us, let's bring that to India. On the India side, what is important for us to look at is, while a bunch of this is at a much lower scale, we're a nascent ecosystem, smaller ecosystem, economy-wise as well, all of that, but we are growing at a much faster pace. We could be maybe 1 or 2 years behind or early in that evolution, but the capital inflow has now grown to 80 to 100%. If you look at 2019, 2020, going up to 2024, right? I think these numbers are much more positive as we go along quarter on quarter and year on year. So that's the very exciting aspect. How do we compare this, just the deep tech ecosystem and the value that is coming in and the capital that is flowing in to some other subsectors, right? Despite certain strong corrections in certain other subsectors in the venture landscape and the capital landscape, be it on the marketplace side or on the fintech side, where there's been a dip, right? For various reasons, right? We've continuously seen an increase on the deep tech side from, over the last 4 to 6 years. And we don't see this slowing down at all because we're such an early stage in the entire evolution. The other heartening factor for the capital to come in is to see, is there enough deal flow? Are we seeing consistent high-quality founders coming in? And what is that deal flow and number of deals in deep tech as a ratio of the overall deal flow in the venture capital ecosystem? And again, we see a consistent trend of the numbers only increasing. We are at what we were at low single digits to mid single digits. We are now closing, we have crossed double digits. We can see this trend going from 8%, 10%, 11% to definitely go to 15, 20% of the ecosystem in the coming years. And that's a very heartening trend that correlates to this bullishness in this ecosystem, right? We want to see the cumulative capital that has gone into this ecosystem. Let's look at the first, 5 years, let's say between 2015, in the last decade, 2015, it was about 2015, 2019, just about $1 billion cumulatively across 5 years. What is that in the subsequent 5 years? It's more than 5x. And even if you normalize and remove 1 year, we're well above 4x on that number. So all these trends point towards all the other ingredients coming in: quality of founders, returning, right partnerships, the corporate partnerships, the policy helping, and the capital all coming together at the same time. And we just see this further multiplying on an ongoing basis, correct? A question that we get asked on a consistent basis, and I think we've also had this conversation with a lot of you in the room about where is the downstream capital, because we're early stage capital providers at idea, pre-seed, and concept stage. But is there enough downstream capital, and can these companies continue to build and grow and prosper over a longer period of time? For that, the key indicator to look at is Series A and above deal count, right, in the deep tech ecosystem, right? Obviously, the seed stage rounds have grown and they've been at a certain level, but they've been backed up with substantial amount of Series A and beyond capital and rounds that have happened over the last few years, particularly if you look at 22, 23, 24, right? That count has increased, which means we're in a good place for early stage funds like us when we are supporting at the early stage in the companies going from concept to early product to commercialization. There is capital available across the ecosystem for these companies, right? So deal count has gone 3x at the mid to later stages, growth stages. It's very important. We want to talk a little bit about which subsectors within the broader deep tech ecosystem are attracting the most attention, right? The numbers are about how many USD $1 million, correct? First vertical, energy and mobility, right? Substantial attention over the last few years. Substantial capital has gone in. We, of course, have strong presence in these companies, in these sectors, starting from ePlane in Fund 1, Nutrace, Eternal, and Metastable in Fund 2, right? We have presence in that. Semiconductors is a very strong theme that has emerged, possibly a little more recently, but capital has been coming in. Again, the policy support and the grants ecosystem is helping a lot. They're about $486 million, $4.8 billion, which is $486 million that has gone in. We have Mindgrove and Morphing, and we hope to do more in this ecosystem in the coming years as well. Look at life sciences and biotech, which we have started a little more recently as a fund in Fund 2, getting very close to $400 million. Peptrace, Firmbox, both in these categories, investments that we have done over the last 24 months in Fund 2. Again, a sector that we are spending disproportionate amount of time building thesis of what's next and what else can we invest in. Very excited for this as well, correct? Drones, I think Sunil spoke about this in terms of how it is, has varied applications, both on the commercial side, industrial side, but also on the defense side, attracting a lot of capital. We have something this is about $340 million attracted, etc. Space tech, obviously, we've been very early investors and substantially bullish in this sector for now close to 6 years, starting with Agnikul and going up to Inspacity. And therefore, we're always looking at what's at the edges and what's at the boundaries of this. It's attracted $200 million, cumulatively as an ecosystem. We've also had the government announce a 1,000 crore space fund, right, for supporting the space ecosystem. All of that is contributing to this, right? We're actively invested in this and still keep looking at newer opportunities, correct? Advanced materials, which we spoke about, which we have in the form of either Firmbox and Metastable. There's about $150 million that this ecosystem is attracted. It's just a glimpse of sectors. There are a few other sectors, but our focus areas are where we have conviction and where our current portfolio is actively playing and where the capital is getting attracted. There's a very strong overlap, and that's what's very exciting. I'll hand over for the next phase to Sunil for deep tech themes.
So we'll dive deeper into some of the thematic areas that are crucial to Speciale. Novel energy and planetary health. India is the first country in the world facing the dual challenges of alleviating poverty while following a path of decarbonization. Every single developed country in the world had the luxury or got a free pass to first focus on their development, economic development, and then now move towards net zero goals. China being the last big economy to get that free pass. We don't have that luxury anymore. And as a country, we have to focus on pulling millions of people out of poverty, but at the same time also focus on decarbonization. We have net zero goals. People keep asking why we are going towards 2070 and all of that. This is one of the major reasons. But we also feel, at Speciale, we believe this also creates a lot of opportunities. And there is a viable solution to this problem. And because these opportunities exist, there are like subsequent opportunity, focus areas or subsectors that emerge, which we are very, very bullish on. Whether it be moving beyond the traditional sources of alternative energy generation, solar, beyond solar and wind, nuclear perhaps, fusion, could be battery storage. There is quite a bit of that happening. Electrification of the mobility sector as such. Decarbonization of hard-to-abate industrial sectors like cement and concrete. Some estimates say that 70% of this country is yet to be built, and we need a lot of cement and steel for that. And that's one of the most carbon-intensive sectors. How do you move beyond that? Circularity. How do you recycle? How do you upcycle? How do you capture carbon and then use that carbon for something for even better? The government has been very supportive in this space, coming up with policies in green hydrogen, biotechnology, eVTOL certification and authorization policies. Some of our portfolio has also benefited from these trends that we are talking about. Nutrace recently became like the first startup to be awarded with a PLI scheme. ePlane got certified as a design organization by DGCA, only startup to have that, to design aircrafts. Uravu is selling water made from air and like making annual revenues of close to $500K US. I mean, how many deep tech companies can you see with that kind of revenues? Ultraviolet is getting more traction from outside than here. Eternal Energy is, very much on course to get PLI scheme awards with their technology that they have developed. And Anubal, of course, India's first nuclear fusion startup that we are all very proud of. Moving on, I want to go to the second sector, human longevity and synthetic biology. By 2050, 20% of the world's population will be Indians. That is, every 1 in 5 person is going to be an Indian. Our country is growing fast. We need to provide, it's a moral right of every Indian to have access to good healthcare, and we need to provide them with affordable, high-quality healthcare facilities. This healthcare delivery landscape is changing vastly. This needs to have a combination of precision medicine, newer regenerative medicine, and also artificial intelligence coming together for digital healthcare delivery and beyond. And we are seeing a lot of trend happening in that space. And same goes with synthetic biology as well. It's applying synthetic biology. We see people applying engineering principles to reprogram how we think about healthcare systems, energy sustainability, agriculture, and so on. Firmbox has a bioethanol solution. Some people say by the later half of this decade, not very far away, 20% of our fuels consumption could be biofuel. Huge opportunity. And what we see interestingly in this space is, especially the last 7-8 years, government has been putting in money in the form of grants, a lot. BIRAC grants, big grants provided by BIRAC, it's a biotechnology research agency. If you just look into it, they've been putting lots of money into it. And VCs like us are seeing the, all those efforts coming into fruition now. Biotechnology has a longer gestation period, and they need to have a lot of grants in that phase. Now we are like plush with our pipeline with amazing companies in this space. And additionally, there are like policies that are being supportive. The Bio-E3 policy, which the government recently published. State governments have policies. We have one of the largest R&D workforce in biotechnology in the world. And our companies have also benefited from this. Peptris, our AI for drug discovery company, they recently became the first AI drug discovery startup from India to license out a drug candidate to an, Indo-Swiss conglomerate, the first AI drug discovery company from India to do that. Firmbox, as I mentioned earlier, has established a JV with a Thai firm to establish the already done, the largest biotech reactor in Southeast Asia.
One of the sectors where we've spent a fair bit of time since 2018 or so has been in space tech. India has a very rich space tech heritage, about 50 plus years, largely led by the efforts of ISRO. Until about, and ISRO has done, 300 plus, has launched about 90 plus rockets and about 300, 350 plus satellites from about 39 different countries across the world. But until about 5 years ago, all this was being done by a sole organization, ISRO. But in 2020, the government decided to privatize the space sector, open the doors for privatization, and with the launch of InSpace, which is a single window body for all private space activities in India, a lot of startups got an opportunity to build space technologies for the country. And with that, we saw a number of technology stacks being innovated upon, built upon, and now being scaled upon as well. We saw a number of companies building launch vehicles. Agnikul did this started doing this even before the space policy came out. Agnikul did this in 2018. The space policy came out in 2020 onwards. We've also seen companies building methodologies to take data from space through synthetic aperture radar, hyperspectral imaging, thermal imaging, so on and so forth. We've also had satellite communication technologies being built, ground-to-satellite communication technologies also being built, and more recently, research platforms, a way to carry out experiments in space so that you can accelerate the development of certain drugs, certain product development cycles, so on and so forth. But all this has been possible because of certain inflection points, certain trends that we have continued to see. Most recently, about 4 months ago, InSpace, the government of India, and along with InSpace, came out with a 1,000 crore venture capital fund for deployment in space tech startups in India. We've also seen very localized state-specific policies that have come up from Gujarat, from Karnataka, from Telangana, Kerala, specifically to nurture the space tech ecosystem in these respective states. We've also seen, the IDEX, which is the Innovations in Defense Excellence program that has come out by the government of India in about 2018, 2019. They started a defense in space, a dev space challenge, where there were about 75 challenges that were laid out for space tech companies to solve for defense use cases and applications under Make 1, Make 2, and other programs. Now, our companies, and finally, not just the space tech policy, but we have a bunch of additional policies that have come up, the National Geospatial Policy, the PPP program for developing satellites. All these have encouraged the private space tech ecosystem to take this forward and solve for problems that ISRO was only prior to this solving for. We have investments. Agnikul launched launched a suborbital rocket in May this year through their only private launch pad in Sriharikota, having their own mission control station. All this has been possible under the support of InSpace and the government of India. They're also leveraging certain grants that are being made available by the Technology Development Board as well. With InSpace City, whom you'll hear in a little while, we've been able to kind of leverage the support that has come from IDEX and DevSpace, where they've won about 40 crores of overall contracts to develop technologies like robotics, propulsion systems, and sensory stacks for in-space, developing in-space, satellite life extension capabilities, and with IDEX coming in with about 20 crores, which is about 50% of the total capital that is required for this. Galaxy, which is our startup building payloads for sensor fusion payloads to get enhanced data sets from space, is expected to leverage the PPP policy from the government of India, which came out earlier this year, to build satellites for government use cases. Astrogate is working very closely with DRDO. Coverspace also has won IDEX challenges to develop software technologies for space. We'll quickly move into advanced manufacturing technologies. For the longest of time, manufacturing still continues to contribute heavily towards India's GDP. But from an investment perspective, it was not really the most attractive option for private investors to look for. All that changed, recently. What happened? Of course, the pandemic happened in 2020, and thereafter the wars with Ukraine and Russia, Israel, Palestine, and the others, geopolitical tensions in themselves have prompted, or in fact pushed countries to strongly reconsider reshoring some of their supply chains. And that means that you need to find indigenous capabilities to develop some of these technologies and produce products within your own country and cater to demand within your own country. Now, what that essentially means is that new systems, new industries which were previously non-existent in your country has to be developed in-house, and for that, there's a need for strong talent pools to be put together, so on and so forth. Now, an internal demand is getting created. Now, you need to figure out a way to cater to support the growth of technologies which can meet those demands, and that is happening through multiple schemes. Of course, the Make in India initiative is a very strong focus for the government over the past decade or so. And essentially, that means that we are trying to make as much as possible within India to cater to our domestic consumption. And there are specific schemes that are being made available for companies to leverage the facilities that are there in the country to cater to internal demand. We've also had the China plus one strategy, which is essentially countries across the world wanting to move away from their dependencies on China, trying to look at other countries where they can reshore the supply chains. Stable countries like India are on top of their list, and we are starting to benefit. A number of multinational companies, for example, Apple is doing a bunch of their production of their iPhones in India. At this point of time, they've moved it away from China and now reshored it to India, Vietnam, and other countries. We also have grants being made available as a part of the IDEX challenge, which I spoke about. Similarly, with the semiconductor world, we have DLI, C2S, the TTDF grants, all being made available for startups. What this all does is that it essentially gives them enough money, enough capital to build their technology stacks, while in parallel they can raise private capital and accelerate their product development efforts. And finally, we have an extremely strong workforce that is coming out of some of these legacy institutions wanting to start up. These are people with strong leadership capabilities, but also have built technologies in India. They have worked outside of India. They've learned how to sell some of these technologies. They face the customers. They're bringing all those expertise back into India and building startups and technologies of their own. Now, we've invested in 2 semiconductor startups, Morphing Machines and Mindgrove. Morphing has leveraged the DLI, has won the DLI and the C2S grants, or cumulatively about $1.5 million at this point of time. That has helped fuel their product development efforts and take early products to the hands of customers and get validation from them. Mindgrove successfully taped out their first chip earlier this year, the Secure IoT chip, which is no mean feat. And they've been able to leverage the support of DLI for about 15 crores of capital to tape out their second chip on the vision side. QNU Labs has been working in the quantum cryptography space, building a 200-kilometer secure quantum communication setup, specifically solving for defense use cases. And also, very recently, 2 days ago, there was an announcement as a part of the National Quantum Mission and National Cybersecurity Systems Mission that QNU Labs has been selected for further funding from the government. Seinler has been able to leverage the Make in India for the world quite effectively, and they are now catering to providing solutions to and selling systems to General Motors in Detroit and Denso in India, and global expansion across various other countries and various other customers is being planned as we speak.
So we've been investing in software from our fund one, and we've been building our muscle to do cross-border investments for quite a while. So we want to give maybe to set context, I want to give a quick definition of what we mean by AI-led or technically advanced computing and infrastructure. Maybe basically let's take advanced computing or generative AI or quantum computing and your edge computing, which will help large language models to translate problems and infrastructures like database, data centers, then you have your servers and these all put together to process a large data and process it. So we have picked a couple of themes that we want to build our expertise, like dev tool, data infrastructure, AI infrastructures, which has been the massive backbone of digital transformation that we are seeing in the world. So we've been seeing these are the trends that India is more capable to build from India for the world. And we have been seeing a lot of trends like, hey, India being a generative AI ranks as the second largest global contribution for AI. And second, I'll say India is becoming a large GCP. What does mean by is a global capacity center and R&D center for large companies to set up in India. And we're also seeing a lot of developers within India setting up, we have a larger developer pool who are going to reimagine the AI infrastructure and AI applications from India also. And we're also seeing an interesting pattern that large companies, it can be unicorns or from India or from global coming back to India to reimagine the world of AI, and industry veterans are coming and starting a new age era called AI agents. Agents means you can automate a lot of work in a very short duration. And we are also seeing another massive trend within the global enterprise that from SaaS, basically we've been investing in SaaS for a very long time, but currently due to generative AI, we are seeing a massive trend shifting from a traditional business model, SaaS, to now to service as a software, which is drastically changing and disrupting the market at this point. So this is a trend that we've been seeing in the market. And also another important aspect is that currently to talk about generative AI, which is reimagining and changing all our workflows at this point. So we was also we have invested in a couple of companies which in enterprise data, which have shown that enterprise data right now, enterprise buyers are reimagining how to buy and try to learn how to sell these products. And we're also seeing a lot of changes in the market that users or both developers and non-developers trying to use and adopt these new UH technologies. So there's a massive amount of behavior shift, and within the people are happening, and people are reimagining enterprise workflow. And we are fortunate to invest in two companies, giving us an example that one is Protector, which is ex-Microsoft, teamed up with an Apple privacy engineer to build a very large privacy network. Because basically, let's take, if you want to deploy AI in production, the top three things are privacy, security, and compliance. And these guys are trying to solve a industry leader AI guardrails, which 98% accuracy, which is right now beating with the global players. So that's Protecto. And they're working with customers like Automation Anywhere and Nokia's of the world. And we have another company called Tercio, which is, I'll insist on the team because they are three PhD database scientists from Microsoft Applied Research, trying to reimagine the enterprise analytics layer by building a large language model which is trained on 100 million data sets. So these guys are trying to reimagine all the enterprise data where you just doesn't need to move data from, move data from your database. You can start getting insights from day one, like in a minute, just by like integrating your databases. So these are two very engineering heavy company or advanced computing companies that we've been invested in and reimagining the workflow. And I want to leave another interesting fact that we've been observing for last few months, or this year has been a very interesting year for generative AI because a lot of applications have deployed in on-prem and also in production. So this year is a year where all the Gen AI moved from POC, proof of concept, to production. So we have been seeing that, and we are seeing an interesting paradigm shift within the market itself, which is called AI agents, which is going to do most of our job. Maybe it's going to automate a lot of our tasks. So we believe that AI agents going to be the future, and maybe why not? Maybe it can be doing a lot of repetitive tasks like admin tasks, scheduling meetings, or maybe it can also help you to get things done much faster. So maybe one thing I want to leave with this summit or wrap up this presentation is by saying AI agents are here, and we will see by this year, next time, we might have our personal agents who might be doing all our tasks when you are traveling or working around, right? So we believe that's going to be an interesting factor. And we are seeing an interesting pattern that our portfolio companies are also reimagining the enterprise workflow by agents. So that's the future, and we believe that's going to be the complete game changer in the AI world. So yeah, thanks. That's all for me. Over to Nitish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dhanush. Thank you, Dhanush, Sunil, and Vishnu for the wonderful session. I think we've set enough context on India's deep tech revolution. We've spoken about what deep tech means and all of that, and also us having a vantage point of enabling such revolutions. I think the next best thing to do is to bring on some of the enforcers of such revolution for the country and have them directly present to you, which is exactly what we've done with our series of founder keynotes that you'll find on your agenda right away. Our first set of conversations is going to be about India's cosmic leap and the progress that our country has made on the space tech side itself. The first session is going to be from a very special person who is a Wall Street trader turned entrepreneur who's building on small satellite launch vehicles for the world. I'd like to welcome Srinath to present a little bit about Agnikul and their journey.
Can I have the pointer, please? Good afternoon, rather good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Vishesh, Arjun, and rest of the Speciale team for having me here. So wanted to take the next 10 to 15 minutes to walk you through what we are building, but more importantly, what all of this means for the country and probably at some level for our species itself. Right, so that's what I want to talk about. Just for a very brief intro, I'm Srinath, one of the co-founders and the CEO of Agnikul Cosmos, where we build rockets. But let's take a step back before that, right? So I want to start with a small thought experiment, or at least take you briefly into something that we usually don't do on a day-to-day basis, right? So imagine you're all here and you are the leader of a group of people who are going to go and circle another heavenly body, not Earth, say the moon, for example, right? What would be going on in your mind for the first time if you're doing it? No one else in our entire species has done it, right? And everything you've thought about, everything you've seen is only photos. Then you're actually going there and you're going to be seeing Earth from a perspective that you've never seen. So this is sort of what the conversations I think I had in school when I was in a group of people who are all nerds, I guess, I don't know, but that is what kept my childhood alive and fresh. I used to read a lot of hard science fiction as well, which kept all of these going. And that's when I came across this person, Frank Bowman. I don't know how many of you know him. So he was the leader of the group that went and circled the moon for the very first time in 1965. Quite an accomplishment for our species, actually, because we left what I call as the shackles of Earth's gravity. And that's, I think, it's a phrase that is being used by Arthur C. Clarke, who is like a hard science fiction author. One of the reasons why I think I'm doing this today is his books. So those were the things that actually got me inspired into space. Of course, I think it also helped that my mom is a physics teacher, aunt is a physics teacher, so I guess dinner conversations are too much about physics. But that's basically my background, which is what got me from physics to, electrical engineering, Wall Street, and again back here. So very lucky to have this opportunity. But that's the kind of thing we're talking about here, right? So now in terms of getting out there or exploring, when you talk about this phrase, right, exploration is the essence of the human spirit. We are always in search of something. It could be money, I'm talking in an investor summit, or it could be something more deeper, it could be the meaning of life, what is there in the universe, what is the ultimate question, all that. But all of that starts with first getting away from Earth to some extent. So that's where, this concept was always there in me, that getting to space itself shouldn't be hard. I'm sure some of you here took a flight to come here, or at least took a cab to come here or something. None of us really thought about that part of the bigger problem, right? We probably thought about what we're going to do here, or what we are doing in the meetings we do after we take a bus or a cab. But unfortunately, in space tech alone, it's the other way around. A lot of effort goes into getting to space itself. So that part is what we wanted to solve for. I always strongly felt that that shackles of gravity, being pulled down here, shouldn't be the biggest thing that is actually stopping us. So rockets are these machines that actually get us out, right? That's where the rocket idea itself comes in. But if you look at how rockets work, and I know I build rockets, but I just want to tell you, like, the amount of hype that goes into this is a little annoying, to be honest. Right? There is a countdown, there are so many people coming together, there are multiple tracking stations, the amount of, this is paraphernalia around actually getting something out of Earth's gravity into at least an orbit, which we're not still out of gravity, we're still in orbit, but that itself is a huge process. So that was a little bit of, it somehow felt like something could be done there. We don't talk about videos of planes taking off. So why should there be all this hype about rockets? That was the thing that was also coming into mind. And in my course of trying to meet all people, there actually seemed to be some business models also that we could work out solving this. So that's where I'm getting to basically. So the first step of this process was, okay, let's see how to go from India to low Earth orbit, which is basically the point in Earth which is close enough to be in space for some time without expending too much energy. So that is how the story started. And that brings us to our company today, right? Agnikul, and we really try to stay as honest to this tagline as possible of launching anywhere, anytime, and at a cost where we can actually afford. So, and that's a picture of our flight crossing the max Q. They call it the max Q because this is where the vehicle or anything that's flying has the highest probability of breaking up. The test we did was actually to cross this phase, and it obviously didn't break up, so it was a successful launch. But the point I was trying to make is the launch anywhere, anytime part is what we are really trying to solve for. So what is Agnikul? Bit of a simplification with SpaceX, I could say, to start off, right? I mean, they're big, we are small, that's fine. They take a lot of time, 2 years to go to orbit with them. We are trying to do it in 2 weeks or 10 days or something. But that's a good analogy. You can think of it as some version of SpaceX that's getting built. But there is a bit of a problem with this, and that's why we put it as an oversimplification there, right, on the title right up there. Yeah, this is also a rocket, that's also a rocket, but there is a but there, right? So that was what is shown here. You see that rockets are getting built, and you can see this chart here. A lot of companies on the right-hand side where you can see the bottom, above 300 kgs. These are all like rockets that take a lot of mass to orbit, big vehicles. But today, all the guys have come to small satellites. You may have heard or seen these satellites that are about this big. Any of us can easily lift it with our hands. It can be easily in a clean room. It can be attempted by people who don't have billions of dollars of money. But why are rockets alone big? So there is a gap, and that is the gap that we wanted to start off solving. Because yes, there is a vision to get away from the shackles of gravity, but money is also needed. So we had to start off with the business problem, get money for it, solve it, and keep going to the next step. So that is how this whole problem statement came together. And there is reasonable money to be made out there. Even as of today, the estimates are about $7-8 billion. Even if you take out defense and if you take out any government programs, just the commercial market is about $7 billion per year just to be made in launch services. So, okay, then there is a way to make money and also try to keep the vision in us alive. So that's how we started with the whole story. So this question of what do you do differently from SpaceX, or for that matter, anyone, and the reason we keep going to SpaceX is because everyone seems to be aware of SpaceX, but this is a more generic question actually, right? What should be there in a transportation? You should get it when you want it. It should come to where you want to go and take you from there. It should drop you off where you want to go, not somewhere 2 roads away and then say you figure out your own way. And finally, do it all at a meaningful cost. Don't say only if you have 10 people, I will take the bus. We have all seen that example in, I don't know, at least I have seen it quite a bit. I used to go from Chennai to Bangalore when I was working in India for some time before my Agnikul story. And that time, there were buses is like, we'll cancel trips if you don't have 5 people, at least 5 people. That happens a lot in the rocket industry. So that's what we wanted to solve for. Directly go and solve what the customer actually wants from here. So then came this question of, okay, that means you have to make a rocket that is useful. And I think the useful part is very important to focus on. Anyone can build rockets, in some sense, at least conceive them. But will it be useful? Who will actually get benefited from it? It is very interesting to build these, but some value should be there out of it, right? So that's where I think the question of, what does a small rocket really mean came up. And I think we very strongly believed in this from the beginning. You can't take a big rocket, shrink it, and say it's a small rocket. Engineering will work, by the way. Physics doesn't care. Engineering, to some extent, doesn't have limitations. But the cost will absolutely not work out. If you're going to build a small rocket that is similar to a Falcon 9 of a SpaceX, and you're going to compete heads-on, even in a separate category, not even compete, pricing will not work. It'll just be way too expensive for anyone to even look at it. So you can't just shrink a large rocket and make it a small rocket. So that means you have to think of things from scratch again. So that's where we came up with basically 3 fundamental first principle questions, right? What can a small rocket do that a large rocket can never do? What can our small rocket do that no one else's small rocket can do? And finally, can you do it affordably, not ask for hundreds of millions before we start doing anything? So these were like the basic questions, and I don't know if it looks obvious, but it was actually incredibly hard to come up with these questions. Because this is what defines what hundreds of people with millions of dollars will do. But if we miss out on this, then what will come out as a rocket, but no one will want it? And I unfortunately see some stories like that across the world today. I think we are definitely not on that path. So how are we answering these questions? I think the first one is about keeping the vehicle scalable. You should be able to shrink a rocket or make a rocket large. So we have something called as clustering number of engines and keeping it variable. You can see the picture there, right? There are multiple engines. That's the backside of the rocket, which is also, I think, there. I think a couple of rooms on the other side, you can also see it. You can see 7 engines in the version that's displayed there. This should be scalable. The reason is if you can reduce hardware per launch, you can reduce cost per launch for a small satellite. So that's what actually keeps us. So you can see there are a lot of things that are done. This is actually the engine shaking and the engine being gimbal. This is how you actually try to control the direction of the rocket. A lot of software and autopilot algorithms have to be developed to keep that clusterability possible, because you can't simply remove an engine and say the rocket will fly. No, the rocket won't fly. So we'll have to come up with a scheme from the software side to make this happen. So these are some of the tests for that. Then the 3D printing part, this gets spoken about a lot. It's a nice fancy word, I guess, today, but there is a more fundamental truth here, right? Rocket engines are extremely complex, and it takes a lot of time to make those. So to make rockets quickly, we will have to actually do something innovative on the manufacturing side. So that's why 3D printing came in. I think the team has done a great job on our side to put all the different systems in a propulsion, in a system like in an engine, and print it in a single piece of hardware. So that is what we call as a single-piece rocket engine. We are the first in the world to actually fly an engine of that sort, even to make an engine of that sort. And it performs incredibly well. The performance is also great. So I think this is one of the examples of how things work. So you can see on the top, there are 2 images of the engine getting printed. And the bottom 2 ones are some of the tests that we do before we qualify. Before they allow us to fly a rocket, we'll have to test these on the ground. And on the bottom right corner, you can see actually the engine being rotated. Flame actually rotates, right? And that's an important test to do to validate that you can actually these 3D printed engines can do all of those things as well. So this is some of the engineering work that we do to get to the launch phase readiness itself. And then finally, mobile launch pads. The biggest variable in terms of costing a launch is the payload mass, how much you put in orbit. But the next most important variable, no one talks about. It's always dollars per kg. If you look at the launch industry, everyone talks about dollars per kg. The kg part comes in, how much mass goes to orbit. But the next most important variable is Earth actually helping you or hurting you? And how does Earth help you? If you are in the right place to go to orbit, Earth's spin can help you. If you're fighting Earth's spin, then that's actually a problem because you'll have to spend energy to cancel out that effect. So actually solving for the right location to lift off from is a big deal. Probably in large rockets, no one even thought about it because it's just too hard to move things around. But why? Small rockets are not like that, right? So that is what I was telling you about. Like you can't take a large rocket and shrink it and say that's a small rocket. No. The basic questions that define the design itself are different. This is one of such a classic cases. So you can see our mobile launch pad here. And we actually built that first in Chennai. Qualified it. We had ISRO and InSpace people come and see it. Then we disassembled it, transported it to Sriharikota, 100 kilometers from here, assembled the rocket there and launched it. So the launch pad and the vehicle are mobile. So that's what we got done. So you can see some of that here. So all of that technology together, the result is this vehicle, Agnikul, flexible, configurable vehicle. I just want to play a minute of the launch video. I think it's always good to watch. So just we'll play that for a minute and then just wrap it up a couple of slides after that.
Standby for the time hour. T-minus 6 hours and counting. All stations to note, countdown commence for Agnikul sorted mission with a scheduled lift-off time.
So this is our mission control center within Sriharikota.
RSO confirms go for launch. PD authorizing for launch.
Based on Agnikul vehicle readiness and range readiness, Test Director hereby authorizes the launch of Agnikul sorted 1001 mission.
Confirming ALS initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7. MCC to control confirming even 5. Completed. 4. MCC to confirming engine pressure. 2, 1, 0.
Ignition confirm.
Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off confirm.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 15 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25 seconds. Plus 30 seconds.
Happened. Wind biasing is completed.
That was the announcement we were all waiting for. Wind biasing is completed because that was really the core part of the test that we wanted to close. And after that, I think the vehicle continued its flight successfully, so the mission was successful. I think in the interest of time, I'll just continue going with this. But yeah, this is the launch.
The launch of Agnikul sorted 01 mission from.
So all that is on the technology part. So people built it. It didn't happen by itself. So what is it about the people part here? I think we have learned a few things from finding the right kind of people to build this. Right? I think there's a lot of things that happen in a rocket company, probably for any space tech company, but definitely for rockets, because you have everything from engineering to non-engineering to event management. So every launch is an event, right? And I think that gets a lot of less focus than usual because when you say SpaceX does 100 launches, yeah, they do 100 launches a year, but they are so good at doing the event part of it so well. That also is something we need people good at. So I think we've always solved for passion, attitude, and basics. Anyway, you have to learn on the job. At least if you have the connect with space tech, you have some connect with actually freeing yourselves up from gravity, is an easier problem to solve. You don't need to be an engineer for that, by the way. So that is what we have found are the best kind of people, and we are very lucky to have a very, very talented young team who can do this, augmented with some retired ISRO people as well who believe in what we are trying to do. And yeah, so you can see some of the big moments here. I think there's one story particularly, which is the next clip, I think, which is about getting just a lot of policy has to happen, a lot of negotiations, vendor conversations. So the next thing that you see here, right, I think it's the next video, which is actually a wind tunnel test that we do. The reason I put it up here is this alone took about 2 years of negotiation with a particular group of people in the government to get it to happen. 2 years. Just 2 people in the team were constantly at it, and finally they allowed us to do it. And this is not because the government is stalling, it's just that it's a bit of a first mover disadvantage in a way, but I'm just talking to you about the kind of value that the right people add to this. This is a big proof that we can get things done. It may be a little slow, but it will happen. So that is what this proved for us. And finally, finding money. So coming to the special summit here. So very thankful to Vishesh and Arjun. I think at the time when we were raising money, I think 2018 was the first time we tried to do an official fundraise. Until then, it was bootstrapped with my money and my other co-founder Moin's money. It was not easy at all to find money in India for this. So thanks to Vishesh and thanks to Arjun, they had that foresight on actually being able to build a business out of actually launching rockets. Today, it seems a little more normal. At that time, it absolutely was not. So I think it is important to do that. But beyond that, I mean, one thing is finding the right set of investors. And we were very lucky to find Vishesh and Arjun. But beyond that, you'll have to, these things take a little time, right? It is not a 1-year story at least. It's at least a 3-4 year story. So how do people come up with, convincing investors to put in money? I think it's about constructing meaningful milestones, finding other ways instead of simply throwing cash at the problem. Can you find some other way to solve it? And more importantly, not compromise on quality, but on and find technology that is cheap or inexpensive. That's very important. I always say this in the team also, right? There's no such thing as a low-quality space product or a low-quality rocket. So the whole India arbitrage and all these things, yes, it plays a role in the global market, but that's not what you're tapping into to build interesting hardware for the world from here. It's about actually coming up with good technology that will help us. So that's where we are. So now that Chennai to low Earth orbit seems very reasonably possible next year or so, wanted to talk a minute about what is in store for the future. One thing is about recovering the rocket. Throwing away a rocket, like how it drops off, right? The first stage after it lifts off is a very painful thing. After there's a lot of emotion and heart that goes into building a rocket. It's just very painful to throw it away. I saw that for the first launch with a lot of the people in the team also. Economically also not a great thing. So we will try to catch the rocket back on this mission that we are trying to do in Q3 of 2025. So that is there. The next big thing would be in terms of modularity. Modularity in the sense a rocket slightly modified for every payload. So this whole concept of one size fits all should be completely eliminated. So you can do that by adding a more number of engines, adding more boosters and so on, having better propulsion design. So that's something also that we're working on. And finally, the cost. Even thousands of dollars per kg looks a lot. It should be in hundreds of dollars per kg. Point in the universe. So that's something that we're also working on. This could be done with better energy systems, with launching from wherever we can, air, water, wherever it is possible, we should go and launch from there. So all of that is in store as well. Lastly, to conclude, I think the government has been super supportive. We are in a policy environment where deep tech is actually being favored at the topmost level in the government. We had the Honorable Prime Minister tweet about our launch, which was like a big moment for all of us, right? And I think at that level of support, it almost feels like if you don't do things today in India, when will you do it? Like beyond this, you can't complain, to be very honest. So that's the mode I am in, and I'm trying to do whatever we can with the team to get it done. So I think that's about us. Thank you very much. And I know I shot over the time a little, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri, for the wonderful session.
It's on a lighter note, and I have to applaud you. Fantastic. This is amazing what you have achieved. And you're the first company in the world to 3D print a rocket engine, but you're also the first company to move a rocket into the basement of a hotel. I don't think anybody's going to be able to do that in the future.
Thing they have done. We have seen the rocket in so many places, but even for me, this is the first to see it inside a hotel basement. That's it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri, for the wonderful session. Our next speaker has spent over a couple of decades doing top-of-the-line aerospace research at IIT Bombay, one of India's best R&D hubs with space tech and all of that. And after 2 decades, he decided that he wanted more out of his life and wanted to also make it infinitely more harder. As far as visions go, seldom will you find any that's more audacious than this. I'd like to welcome Professor Arun, who's building InSpace City and cities on space.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. That's a very tough act to follow, but I'll give it my best shot. So I'm Arin. I'm from IIT Bombay and in Space City, on the way out of IIT Bombay now. Oh, the lights are really bright. Okay. All right. I hope the vision is also equally bright. Okay. So in a way, I'm not alone. I have several co-founders with me who are not with me here. Tausif, Anand, and Sanket, who come from different aspects of the industry and academia along with me. They're building together. So the name, as it suggests, In Space City is really that simple. It's In Space City. So the goal is to build a city in space. The question is why, right? If you look back, oh, I went too far. Yeah. If you look back, it's kind of somewhat harrowing images. The motivation for humanity in order to get into these really conflicting sort of situations has always been the lack of resources, right? We are always constrained wherever we were in the last couple of millennia, let's say, wherever we were, we always wanted to have more on our plate. And that has kind of driven us to a conclusion that we need to go and find more resources, and that cannot be done easily. So that always leads to some kind of a, outcome that is not really positive for humanity as a whole. Now, how long do we continue this, right? Whatever shape or form do we, go in that direction, the outcome is always not so great, right? So in a way, we can see it across the world. We have seen it across the world that the outcomes have not always been great. So the thought process is that, can we go to an ecosystem? Can we go to an architecture where, the whatever are our limitations in terms of, oh, just a second. Okay, whatever be our limitations in terms of, let's say, resources is no longer there. Resources that we saw in terms of how do we now remain in a stasis. The one option is to kind of be so sustainable that we remain in stasis. There is one option to go regress, to go down to areas where technology is not that important. But you can imagine those two, balances need to be there. But one part of humanity needs to always look ahead, right? Always be on the path to progress. So how do we create a scenario where the constraints are not because of resources? Because of resources based on energy, based on, let's say, materials, everything is freely available. And that is where we look out to space. As kids, I think we have always looked up to space. We have always, wondered what is out there. And now it is the time with kind of companies that are kind of coming up to put us up there in space, to look out there and see what we could really kind of take from there. And this is, of course, kind of utopian at this moment, but let me take you step by step towards how could we have this conference in actually, a hotel in space. All right. In a way, if we look at the amount of resources that are out there, it's phenomenal. If you are up there in space, in low Earth orbit or in geostationary orbit, wherever you are, you can literally harness sun 24/7, depending upon, based upon the orbit that you are at. A single asteroid, let's say about 500 meters in diameter, is going to contain about 174 times the world's annual output of platinum, which is just crazy. One bottle of helium from the moon, helium-3, is going to power Chennai for 30 years. So there is a company called Astroforge that is forging ahead today to kind of mine asteroids. They have already built the satellites to go and do that. There is a company called Interloon that is looking at landing on the moon and foraging the moon for helium-3. And let alone the type of feeling that we get in space, right? Whatever our differences be on the Earth, once we reach space, all of those kind of fall off once we see the grandeur of whatever is happening around us. So you imagine, let's say William Shatner, who is is the captain from Star Trek, goes up there for about 11 minutes, and he's like a crying mess. Tears are all falling around. So it's just the amount of passion that we generate, the amount of goodwill that we generate by working together in space is something that we should leverage as humanity. All right, so the thought process is to then start building space cities, right? I stop here and I say that the idea is not new. It is started out of Princeton by a professor called Gerard K. O'Neill. And I think somebody talked about, Arthur C. Clarke before this, Nitish, I think. So this was with Asimov. There is a documented, interview with Asimov where Asimov is saying that, I have never really thought that we have always been kind of tied to gravitational fields in a way that we have always set up our science fiction on different planets, planetary bodies. We have not really thought about there's a huge space in between. And we could really get free from the tyranny of whatever be those different planets or planetary bodies be. Right? We could really build afresh. So that was the thought process with which kind of the entirety of US got kind of, into it. So from 1970s to 1990s, there was a lot of work behind this. The entire rotating structures, kilometers in diameter, kilometers in length, which could house tens of thousands, millions of people were built, cross-checked by NASA, and then put behind simply because the space shuttle never became a space shuttle. So Srinath was not here before. Right? So in some way, all of those kind of plans went back. And when we dig up these plans, we see that a lot of the world's billionaires are towards that direction. So if you look at Jeff Bezos, if you look at a crypto billionaire called Jed McCaleb, everybody's trying to build towards that direction. And we felt that, again, if you build it out of the first world, a lot of resources are going to go towards that. And if you remember some of the slides that Srinath showed, what can we do to build out of India at a far, far cheaper cost? So with that, we kind of started Inspacity. All right, so the benefits are multiple. You could now move heavy industry away from Earth. We talked about cement and steel being developed the next 70% of India after this. All of that carbon, issue kind of can be moved out there. Not at ease. I'm not saying that that is an easy role. You can find carbonaceous, asteroids that would help you do this and then bring it back safely and without affecting our atmosphere. We cannot just lift the raw materials up, polluting the atmosphere as we go through multiple rocket launches and then bring them back. That would not make sense. Just you have to think outside the box, literally this large sphere that we are at. So that is one definitely very important aspect. It, of course, fosters global collaboration. It kind of spikes us, the creativity of humanity in areas that are not related to, let's say being a TikTok star or somebody of that sort. The new generation can really think afresh. As a professor, it really hurts me. So how does Inspacity start? I don't want to take up too much time because this is like a really long discussion. We can get into it sometime during lunch. But let me unveil some of the first concepts that we have created at Inspacity. We have been thinking about this for quite a while, although we are a very young startup. Our time is measured in kind of people hours. We started last year, but we created the first visions of what we can imagine building something that can go on, not immediately on Srinath's rocket, but on Falcon 9 out of SpaceX. What can we launch for 3 people who can stay up there for about a week or so, right? So this is some of those concepts where you will not be bored, you will not be, so a lot of thought has gone into building these. We want you to be active, we want you to be amazed. You don't want to be claustrophobic up there. So a lot of thought has gone behind designing something like this. But this is kind of further away into the picture. So you imagine that space is hard. Whatever we are trying to build is always constrained by gravity, constrained by vacuum out there, which will suck the life out of you literally in some way or other. So there are a lot of problems with building out of space. So we start mastering the simpler parts of space. If you're J.R.R. Tolkien, let's say a Tolkien trying to write Lord of the Rings, you would start by writing the alphabet, start mastering writing paragraphs, novellas, and then start going towards that really big that makes everybody really, really excited. So to a degree, we focus upon the 3 aspects that need to be mastered. First is propulsion. We need to go close to the other object that we want to work upon. Second is we need to have some way of identifying that that is indeed the object, and those are the features on the object. Think signaler to a degree that you saw earlier. And the last part is robotics, which has to be built from scratch because none of the robotics on Earth built for gravitational purposes is going to be useful up there. So let me show you, this is a gravity-compensated robotic arm that is built from scratch. So these kind of black things that are sticking out, or the discs that are sticking out, are balancing the torques at every joint. So if you keep it up there in space, the arm will stay like this. You could use your pinky finger to literally lift tons of weight and kind of bench press up there, right? I hope you don't do that, but literally could be done. So we tried to create an arm that does that, right? It's a 30 kg arm that is operating with 5 watts of power, right? I let that sink for a second. 5 watts is far less than the fast charger that you use to charge your phones. So that is going autonomously finding features on a satellite and going and docking with it, right? So the docking part is helped by that RPO, rendezvous and proximity operation suite of both algorithms as well as sensors that help it find that feature autonomously. Autonomy, I'm not throwing aside, as a very light term. It is definitely very, very complicated to do this fully autonomously in space. So a lot of our work will be semi-autonomous at the beginning. Let me skip in the essence of time. It'll go find that feature, go inside, deploy itself. Okay. I think this is not the right forum to brag. I brag in other places, but Srinath just fired a 3D printed, really large engine. We also feel, very, very similar in our approach. That is a really right way to go. A lot of complexities are kind of subsumed into 3D printing. So we have 3D printed our own, thrusters in space that can generate anywhere between, not the same amounts of thrust out there, you don't need that. Anywhere between 1 Newton to 20 Newton can be generated, and that is what we use to kind of move around in space and play in space. And the last part is the sensor suite, this kind of a repeat of the technology that you saw earlier. This is just to showcase that the sensors that we are using fuse the data streams and guide the robotics autonomously. All right, so these are the 3 areas that we work upon. We don't build the satellite ourselves. We outsource it to a consortium. And as usual, you can imagine multiple challenges that we could resolve with space. Step by step, we are going towards that. We are building these orbital transfer vehicles that allows us to put the robotics on top of it and start going towards an area that has an immediate impact in terms of the need that is there, in terms of a fact that satellites are units, electromechanical systems that cannot be serviced. So we kind of go towards the fact that we'll be able to make sure that there is a space to go towards. Humanity does not remain earthbound all the time because we screwed up in space and there is a lot of debris up there in space. So we're moving towards an area which allows us to bring back satellites from their depth. And slowly, step by step, we move towards building these habitats, building them like Lego blocks so that we can put them together, start rotating them, start generating gravity on their surfaces, and then go towards the larger and larger configurations that we see. In a way, judging by the speed at which I told things and judging by what I told you, I think you are convinced that nobody other than Vishesh will listen to you, right? So when I started talking to people, I was very, very lucky to have met him. Earlier, we had a very good dinner around 2018 or so, when he was kind of in the middle of deployment, and I really enjoyed that chat. I had never talked to anybody like him, and I was very curious from where he came from. And when I came out of IIT Bombay to build InSpacity, he was the first person I called. And without really hearing anything, he said, "Prof, whatever you're building, I am in." Which really shook me to the core. Well, how can somebody have so much faith in me? But after I told him about the overall vision, he was also very, very patient with me. Sunil, out of Speciale, they spent a lot of time with me trying to understand what was the overall vision, and then broke down the steps towards reaching that vision. Helped me a lot in terms of understanding how do you structure that overall, progress throughout the years in some way. Excuse me, I'm come with emotion, just talking too fast. Of course, emotion has a role to play in there too. I think over a period of time, I have found them to be really, really good at bouncing off ideas. As you can imagine, I come from academia. I have been used to a certain way of building technology, which I know is wrong. And when I'm trying to go and trying to rebuild all of that, it is not easy in some way. So they stand to be very good guards around me to kind of guide me towards the right ways of doing things. And that we can come back, we can of course check back with the team, we go back and we kind of come up with an equilibrium so that we can move forward. So I would like to kind of stop here. There are many, many nuances of just what I said, packed into around 15 minutes or so. I am out there after this. If something shakes you, you're free to come and bug me. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful session. The main goal of all of these founder sessions that we've organized is largely to convey the vision in a 10-minute format. Of course, there's more to be spoken about, as Professor was mentioning. We'd love to do that, but it's just that we have very limited time to talk about all the challenges, problems, journeys that are faced by some of these very audacious entrepreneurs trying to build meaningful hardware out of India. But our brilliant friends at NewsReach have curated a set of deep tech podcasts, including some of our own founders, that will do a deep dive on all of our founder journeys and the hardships that they've gone through towards getting from where they started to now. I'd like to invite Darshan and Team NewsReach here to announce the launch of the podcast.
Now what I'm about to show you, you can't tell this to anyone. And I mean anyone.
But what's going on?
Well, you've heard these myths, right?
Yeah.
That India is only a talent pool for deep tech.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here to debunk everything because there are opportunities in India for R&D and entrepreneurship. And you know how I'm going to bust this myth? With a special edition of Crafting Bharat, which is right here on this HTT. It's the Deep Tech Edition.
But what's the big deal?
You know what? Meet Mr. Singh. He's from Galaxy, and they are building a constellation of the world's first multi-sensor imaging satellites. And you know what? They can effectively monitor planets from the space. No, don't ooh yet. Then meet Agnikul. They scripted history by successfully launching their technology demonstrator rocket with the world's first single-piece, fully 3D printed rocket engine. This is how it looks like. Alright, and this is also marking India's first ever semi-cryo flight. Now, gotta meet Mr. Subramani Ramachandrappa of Firmbox. Now, they are using precision fermentation technologies to make novel biomolecules and bio-based alternatives for food, cosmetics, textiles, and much more. You think Indians are ready for this? You think we are ready for this? Heard about Mr. Deepak? He's the co-founder of Morphing Machines, and they are building a chip which can reconfigure itself. If it's running a camera module today, it can actually be reconfigured to run a voice assistant tomorrow. And Big Bang Boom Solutions. They are building advanced technologies from anti-drone systems to fire suppressants to complex electro-optic systems for India's defense.
Listen, we are not gatekeepers, yaar. India is ready to take flight and Indians need to see those, listen to those who are crafting Bharat. Crafting Bharat, a deep tech edition, is all set for its launch on the 28th of November. Catch all new episodes every Friday on Crafting Bharat's YouTube channel. You can also listen to these episodes on your favorite audio streaming platforms.
Hello everyone, I'm Darshan. I'm the co-founder of NewsReach, an integrated PR tech platform, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you everyone, thank you Nitish, thank you Speciale Invest, and thank you Arjun and Vishesh both. So what is Crafting Bharat? Crafting Bharat, when we thought of, it was just an initiative or a sales pitch, but it is basically a vision where the communities can come together and they can build something, they can speak about something what they have already built, something I would say for an aspiring entrepreneurs where they can learn from the mistakes which the founders have already done in their own life and they do not want it to be repeated when they are building their own ventures. Here when we talk about Crafting Bharat, so especially when we talk about the Crafting Bharat, it's the unsung heroes, especially in the deep tech, I would say we wanted to bring in Amit and Ashish from the Byte Avenue. We discussed this idea. And when we spoke about this, so they all have very good conviction. So when they spoke about this, I was like, ye wala cheez humne abhi tak cover nahi kiya hai. And I think, before going ahead with the season 2 of Crafting Bharat, we should do something for the deep tech. And that's where, Amit and Ashish, they both came together along with Vishesh. And none other than, I would say, Manish was the first one who supported this vision coming together. Darshan, I am also, having a very high conviction when it comes to deep tech. Let's do something, Let's start small, but let's do something. And wherein, we cumulatively did 5 podcasts with Agnikul, that Galaxy, Deepak, and everyone. Of course, the 5 episodes. Along with that, we have done one more episode with Vishesh. What is his vision, how this particular deep tech startup is evolving, deep tech space in India is evolving, and how we are building from India for the world. And that vision has to come out. And that's what we are doing at Crafting Bharat. Thank you very much to everyone, right from Manish to Ashish and Amit. They both are here. Yes, I was just looking at this. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the founders, those who actually, shared their journey. And this time when we brought this out together, our season 1 was completely, supported by AWS, wherein we spoke about how things were built in the tech space. like Blue Smart, Chalo, even the D2C space like Soul Store and all. Deep Tech Edition was very close to our heart, wherein we, rather than restricting it to only a 25, 30-minute conversation, we have actually gone into a free-flow conversation with the founders because they had a lot of things to share. And I would say 100 times thanks to Nitish, who has been a wonderful host to this, because he knew all of them personally, he knew what is to come out, and he has actually done that. So I would urge everyone to watch all the episodes of Crafting Bharat, especially on the deep tech side, and there are a lot of other initiatives to be in place very soon. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshan, for launching the podcast here. We'll be able to share it with everybody later. We will now very quickly break for lunch. Next up, we've spoken about India's space tech renaissance. Now, our next series of conversations will be about India's silicon renaissance. We'll break lunch for now, and then we'll assemble back sharp by 2:30 as is. Lunch is being served at meeting room 1 and 2 by the expo hall. Thank you so much.
Critical topics of the present day, semiconductors and AI. We'll begin with semiconductors. From data centers to AI to your mobile phones and wearables, all of these are built by the fundamental building blocks which are in semiconductors. And today, with the geopolitical situation that is happening, there is an increased focus amongst countries across the world to develop indigenous supply chains with respect to semiconductors. This puts India at an inflection point where we have an amalgamation of talent. We have the policies being favorable for semiconductors. We've also put together the resources that are needed to build semiconductors from India. We have the opportunity to design from India, manufacture from India, for ourselves and for the world. And in that regard, I'd like to introduce our first speaker for the post-lunch session. Shashwat, in 2021, Shashwat came out of Lucid Software after building embedded products, vision products for about 15 years. And wanted to go deeper down that stack and wanted to build chips for himself and chips for the world. And in that, Mindgrove Technologies was born, and it leverages the RISC-V architecture and the Shakti core that is developed indigenously at IIT Madras to build chips from India for the world. Shashwat, would love to have you on stage to share Mindgrove's journey.
Thank you, Arjun. Well, here we are after lunch, and I did not make a very heavy presentation. I want to just share our experiences. You're going to hear a version of me that has not been heard in the last 20 years because I just lost a tooth. So, with that, let me just go ahead and I don't want to introduce myself as a person or anything. I would like to let the chip and the topic speak for itself. So, you can see this guy if you go out. The nose cone of the rocket is pointing at Astral. You can go out there and see it if you want. It's very hard to compete with a rocket, something that big, with something this small. So, I'll just take you back to November 2023. So, just almost exactly 1 year ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, casually checked my phone. Sharan, my co-founder, and one of our other colleagues, Rohit, were sitting and furiously discussing something. I asked them what's going on. They said, come join the call. Join the call. This, for reference, is Friday night. Monday morning, the chip is going into the foundry. We had to take a call right now whether we're going to take it in or not. Is there a problem? They've identified a problem. They're sitting and discussing it. 1:30 to 4 a.m. in the morning. We're sitting and discussing that problem. Finally, we decide there's nothing. Okay, let it go. Risk is that if it goes in, we either have to raise money to do another tape out or what we don't know, right? Few months later, April 2024, just a while back, the chip comes back, and then it doesn't boot. Should we have stopped it in November 2023? No, that was not the problem we found. It didn't boot for 2 weeks. The team is sitting there and burning all-nighters. I tell them, go home. I don't want to see you guys burn the chip. I don't want you guys making mistakes at 9 o'clock in the night when you're cranky and exhausted. I chased them home multiple times until finally we saw this. And then they saw this again. You can hear the excitement in their voices when they finally got it.
Still.
And
We are getting that.
Yeah. This is a relief that you cannot imagine. This is a moonshot. As much as launching a rocket and getting the chip working the first time is a moonshot. And you can see that's the chip that, as you're picking it up and looking at it. What I want to do is talk about what we've learned on the way to making this chip and what we think the industry is going forward is going to look like. What are the interesting stuff that happened over here, right? First of all, why did we end up doing this? If I go back another year before number 23, if I go back to 22, I had actually come out of Lucid, I had started Mindgrove, and I wanted to make things. I had got tired of buying all of these vision products, all of these embedded products from outside the country and not having them work for all the things that I wanted to make. So I wanted to make it myself. This was in the middle of the pandemic. We could not get chips. I went to our mentor, Professor Kamakoti Sharan, and I was standing in front of him and we asked him, sir, what can we do? He says, use Shakti. This is a long conversation that happened over months. I'm just putting it down to 2 sentences which matter. Use Shakti. Shakti is a processor that IIT Madras had developed. Okay, sir, when will Shakti be available? You make it, it'll come. Sir, I can't make a processor. It takes capital investment. Where are we going to get the tools? Where are we going to get the foundry access? IIT will do all of that for you. We will help you do that. So we got incubated under IITM. Pravartak, who's our incubator, gave us access to the tools. We got introduced in the foundries. Most importantly, we got introduced to a lot of people who wanted chips of different kinds. And from there, we narrow it down to what kind of chips we want to make, what kind of processors we want to make, and so on. And that's where we started. That is the processor from yet another view. So I want to spend a couple of minutes demystifying some jargon that you will see in the semiconductor industry all the time. What the hell is a nanometer? Why is a nanometer so important, right? What are microchips anyway? A plumber uses taps and pipes to control the flow of water. An electronics engineer uses transistors and wires to control the flow of electrons to devices where it actually goes and does useful work, like making an LED shine or reading a sensor and so on. So literally all we're doing is building taps. These taps are called transistors. Each of the squarish looking things over there is one transistor, and you have many of them in a circuit laid out together. If you lay them out individually, it becomes huge and it becomes slow. So instead, what we do is we draw them together in devices like this on silicon, on a single piece of silicon. And that is a integrated circuit where all of those transistors are integrated onto one piece of silicon. Now, I want to direct your attention to this thing over here. That is called the polysilicon gate. That is something like the handle of a tap. That's the thing that controls the flow of electrons. And you can see that A over there is going to 2 polysilicon gates in this. The length of that gate from top to bottom is the nanometers that people talk about. The smaller it is, the faster the chip is. But the smaller it is, the less current that chip can actually take. And the gate length is the thing that names the process node. As you can see, since about 2012, the node and the gate length have been kind of decoupled. So today it's basically a marketing term. Smaller nanometer means faster, larger nanometer means slower. Smaller nanometer means more susceptible to noise and other kinds of stuff. Larger nanometers means less susceptible. You'll see a lot of people saying India is not planning to make any 7 nanometer chips. It's nothing. What are we doing? All of the black that you see on top, about 20%, 25% of the number of chips shipped every year is the advanced nodes, less than 10 nanometers. What you see in blue is what we ship in everything else. Our chip was made at 28 nanometers. These are called mature nodes, and they are where the bulk of the business actually happens. Mindgrove as a company does not own any of this manufacturing. We contract it out to others. We are what is called a fabless design entity. And all the chip companies that you typically hear about, unless in the last few years we've been hearing about TSMC a lot, but otherwise AMD, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, all of us are fabless semiconductor entities. We do the design. The manufacturing is so complex that somebody else does it, and that's usually TSMC or Global Foundries or someone like that. The important thing is that the fabless entity is the interface of the semiconductor world to the rest of the universe. And downstream of us are the people who take chips and build products. So India has up to now not had an entity which can build the chips. We're fast growing in this post-IC block over here, EMS, ODM. We have people like Dixon and Sigma who are doing a wonderful work over here. Mindgrove exists to provide that fabless service. And you can see, in terms of fabrication, the red part is the revenue for the fab. It's about 36% global. And design is half the revenue of the semiconductor industry comes and sits with us. That's basically where we are. So a couple of points about our way and how we believe in going about this. So you can make any kind of chip that you want. You can make analog devices, you can make audio amplifiers, you can make very general purpose, very specific purpose chips. We are digital engineers. We'd like to make digital electronics. And the man here is Alan Turing. He showed us the way to make what is called a general purpose computer. The Mindgrove way, we believe in building general purpose computers. A lot of people come and ask me, what is your chip for? Well, anything where you want to do compute, anything where you need to compute things is where our chip gets used. It can be used on a laptop. You have smart fridges these days, which in terms of energy saving, you need to compute a lot more based on the data that all the sensors are bringing to you. CCTVs, that's a smart TV. All of these kind of applications are where you can use a Mindgrove chip. Some of these are chip 2, some of these are chip 1. Chip 2 is going to come out later next year. Engine control, this is a carburetor. This is a mechanical system when I was growing up. It became electromechanical later. And now this does not exist. It is a piece of silicon with an algorithm running on it which controls valves. That's the kind of thing where we'd like to build chips. Very quickly, we use the RISC-V instruction set. And I will just tell you that an instruction set is if you have an expression like this, an instruction set converts it into a binary representation. This pattern of how you create this binary representation is called an instruction set. This is copyrighted by or IP of different companies. We use an open source one called RISC-V. You need to have an implementation of the RISC-V of an instruction set. The implementation that we use is called Shakti, which was developed at IIT Madras. It's a completely Indian homegrown implementation. Otherwise, we would have to license it from someone like ARM. Another thing that we do is we focus very deeply on the usability side of it. I'm an electronics engineer. I'm not a semiconductor engineer by training. So I spend a lot of time looking at how to make our chip usable, how to make it easy for someone to work with. Very important core principle that we have is that when I ship an evaluation board to a customer, they need to be able to take it, put it on their desk, open it up, connect it to their computer, open the IDE, start typing, and get programs to run. They need to be able to connect it to different sensors and get it to work. So this is one example of something that we're doing. This is a desktop application or a mobile application class IDE which we're bringing down to the embedded world. So the heart of this is the insight that when our customers take the chip, they interacted it in two ways. They either write programs for it, or they put it into a piece of hardware and have it control other things or read data from other things. Nobody cares about the internal structure of how I design or what are the interesting engineering features that go on inside as long as these two are done. I took this particular philosophy from the way that NVIDIA designs chips. They have, NVIDIA chips are not very complex, they're very large. What makes them really usable is the CUDA framework and all of the libraries they have built over it, and we are trying to do the same in the embedded world. We try to build modules like these, which make it easier to hit the road running when you're building a product. And the main aim over here is to allow a customer to build as much as they want without getting the basic, without having to deal with all the basic things of getting a chip up and running. So we build a lot of these reference designs. You can see all of these reference designs in our stall over here when you go out. Yeah. The last, supply chain. The chip shortage is where I started, right? Why I started building microcontrollers. The third way that customers interact with a semiconductor company is by ordering a chip. And one of the things that we are trying to solve for is that nobody should have to wait 30 weeks for being able to find one of our chips on the market. They should be able to order it immediately. That builds repeat business, and that really is what is truly important in building a semiconductor company or a chip business. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashwat. Thank you, Shashwat. Thank you for taking us through the journey of MindGrow and for educating us on some of the language of semiconductors. Our next session is, I'd like to welcome Deepak on stage. Deepak has been an entrepreneur for most of his adult life, but his recent foray as the CEO of Morphing Machines is probably his most audacious part of his entrepreneurial journey. Morphing Deepak is here to take morphing from about 2 decades of academic research from the Indian Institute of Science to the world, to the new age applications of AI, data centers, 6G, and so on, the place that it truly actually, the technology where it actually belongs. Love to invite Deepak on stage to talk about the journey of morphing.
It's working? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. So a show of hands, who thinks it's a really bad idea to have 2 semiconductor talks just after lunch? Who needs sleeping pills, yeah? So, thank you. Yeah, but I'll try to keep it brief, unlike my friend Shashwat, who they are, about a year ahead in their journey, and they've actually got a real physical chip. I have what I think is a story, but, hopefully we'll get to that chip in about 12 months from today. So that's the hope. So we are Morphing Machines. We are a semiconductor company which is hoping to build the brain of AI. And what do I mean by that? But before I get into what I mean by that, let me kind of show. Just a second. I think I'm having a glitch. Yeah, okay, perfect. It's not very clear, but this is how my calendar looks this week. I have a whole bunch of activities, I have events, I have different plans and different activities, right? I can predict what is going to happen in the short term. However, take 1 year from now, next November, what can I predict? I hope to have my chip, just like Shashwat did, okay? I hope to have it my Series A, hopefully. But the only thing we can be sure is, there'll be a Speciale summit and there'll be some sort of a visit depression here, okay, in Chennai. So those are the only 2 known variables here. But this brings to mind a very important question. In terms of our personal activities and events, it's fine to not be able to predict the many futures, but what happens in the context of technology? Let's take the case of mobility, right? Something we all know and understand. If you want to talk about, talk to a car guy or a mobility person and say that what would cars look like in 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years, you get a reasonable estimate of what's happening. But what would truly take hold? What would truly scale? It's difficult to predict this one single of many futures. And this is where the problem starts getting compounded a lot. If you cannot predict what futures are there, how do you design the heart of today's compute, which is the data center? right? I mean, you don't know what is going to take hold. 3 years ago, there's no generative AI. Tomorrow, there could be remote surgery happening. How do you define how much 6G will occupy the data center? So you have very little to go on. And how do we predict this? Multiple futures or many futures defines how successful as researchers, scientists, and entrepreneurs that we are. The entire value we generate out of these endeavors depends on our ability to predict these futures. And if you were to realize, in all of these many futures which is possible, where, you can have varying types of workloads, varying type of applications, varying types of things happen in real life, the one thing which remains constant is customers will always say 3 things. We went back to the drawing board and we checked what they were. Version 1 was, hey, I would like a road-going car today, I'd like a flying car tomorrow, I'd like a teleporting car a day after. I don't want to be fixed to one particular option and said that, that's what you need to do. And that's the flexibility part of it. Customers will always love flexibility. Second part is elasticity. What does that mean? I mean, it means the ability that, hey, you can use the flying car, but only for, like maybe 1 mile. Don't give it to me with qualifications. I should be able to scale up or stretch down as I need to see fit and use it. So these are the 2 elements. But the most important part is, give me all of this along with the ability to not spend much. Get the maximum bang for my buck. Sustainable value creation, both in terms of compute and performance and power and cost and all of that. Now, it's an ideal customer desire wish list, but how do you kind of achieve this entire thing? And this is where it comes to a key problem in semiconductors. From an idea to get a finished semiconductor for a given application takes 2 years and tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And how do you you possibly plan for any of these multiple futures? First, wait for the future to come and then, plan a semiconductor around it? No, that is not probably the right approach. What we would like you all to imagine is a massively multi-purpose hardware. Something which can actually change or morph itself, so to speak, depending on what type of future comes in first, right? And how would this hardware look kind of a thing, right? I mean, is it, you have this, today we are all familiar with the Intels and the AMDs, which are the CPUs and the Qualcomms, who are leading the race there. Then you have the GPUs, the NVIDIA we all know and love and hate, yeah? And at the same time, you have specialized processors as well. But what we are missing is the ability to do all 3 things together. This future-looking hardware, which can possibly serve multiple future scenarios, does not exist today. Or does it? So this is where I would like to kind of introduce Redefine, which is a flexible and elastic processor, which can essentially help you realize all of these multiple versions of the many futures that I talked about. You have varying scenarios which can accommodate, it can stretch itself, it can stretch down, it can do different things, all at a very sustainable power and performance cost. And to give you a better context, why this becomes important is, today we have a lot of AI which is coming into all the areas. We are happy with generative AI in creative fields in terms of answering natural language questions, building documents for us, automating a lot of processes. But what is the brain behind that? These AI generative models can do 1 or 2 or 3 or a few things very well. But what allows it to integrate it into your life? You need a brain, essentially very similar to the human brain, which allows you to dynamically scale up or down. You don't again go and get a new brain. So very similar to that, when you look at different use cases, one possible future is, smart glasses are ubiquitous. Highly unlikely, but imagine if it is there. Today, these are very limited in scope, primarily because of the hardware restrictions. You can either see something, you can identify something, or maybe you can do real-time language translation, but can you use ChatGPT on it locally? Can you actually do some other activities? All of this depends or is restricted by hardware capabilities today, not software. Software is already there. There are optimizations happening to software, but hardware is where it really suffers. And if you were to look at something like data centers, which is the primary market for a company like Morphing Machines, the problem gets compounded. Something like a smart glasses where you expect to do 5, 10 things, multiply that, take that and multiply it by 100 for data centers. You're looking at everything from telecommunications to mobility to AI, obviously, and everything else, business automation, big data, everything falls into the data center. It is the workhorse which powers our entire digital society today. And how do you prepare or create a data center for 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line? And that's a very big problem because AI has come into the mix and thrown its hat. And this is where things get really interesting. Because the AI has started, but if you want AI to become truly pervasive, you are looking for it to become invisible. It has to integrate into all our daily lives. in a way where actually it's not visible to us. And for that, we need a lot more supporting infrastructure, just rather than generative AI. And this is where we come to the massive market numbers, right? It's not a small market by any means. We have the big boys, NVIDIA, which is dominating the training market. And then we have what we call as the inference guys, which is essentially when you ask ChatGPT a question and it answers back, it's actually doing inferencing. So there are a whole bunch of people who do that as well. Now, what is missing is these models do not constitute intelligence or outcomes. In order for us to be truly in an AI age, we need multiple models and systems to talk to our daily systems in order to deliver certain outcomes. And that's where the other accelerator parts or the emerging workloads, AI agents, are where we are actually focusing on in the data center. And this is very critical because the power demand for data centers has been exceeded already by 50%. In 2020, in a pre-GPT era, when they asked what would be the AI compute energy capacity, it was estimated to be at about 5 to 6 gigajoules, and today it's already at 12. It has already exceeded that by twice, and it is estimated that in the next 6 years, by 2030, we are going to be hitting 60 gigajoules of power requirement. And I'll let me put that into context for you. This is so much power that US infrastructure cannot handle this. There is no power today to supply, which is why Google, Microsoft are looking at small nuclear reactors to power their data centers. But power is just one particular bottleneck that you have. You actually have a whole lot of bottlenecks, and compute and cost and other things actually contribute to that. And this kind of captures the entire problem. We need to be able to do this sustainably. And for that, what has happened is, we have come up with this. How do we do all of this, right? I mean, it may look very impossible that we are able to do elastically, flexibility, and yet sustainably. And that's where our architecture comes up. We have custom built an architecture from ground up to solve this very specific problem. General purpose, but still very specific. And that's what allows us to do that, extract that last mile of efficiency, power consumption, and performance from data center applications. And we've been lucky enough to be in the IIC ecosystem. And I like to say a lot of times that to get a semiconductor company successful, it takes an army. And in that army, actually, it is Speciale who's our lead general. Okay, I mean, a month after month when I have my meetings with them, I typically walk away surprised because to spot good bets in deep tech, disruptive bets in deep tech, you typically need vision. But vision is just one very small part of the entire component. Their vision is very well matched by their patience, maturity, and integrity. And and most of all, I'm amazed by both Vishesh's, Arjun's, and the team's commitment to shared success. They actually work with you rather than work for you or against you or any of the other things, right? And it's a very enriching process wherein we discover things together. And for me, they embody such a founder mindset that whenever I'm in trouble, I first think of calling them up, and most of the times they are the ones who kind of calm us down. So that, I think, is incredibly critical for a company which is trying to make a disruption in already a very, very difficult space. And with that, I would like to thank you all and say that we are going to be building the future hardware for tomorrow, future-ready hardware, and that too today. So we look forward to kind of having our semiconductors power all your devices in the future. Thank you.
Deepak, if we could have you on stage, I think we are a little ahead of time at this point. Are there any questions from the audience that we have a few more minutes that we can take at this point? If not, maybe I will begin with the first question, and maybe then we can take something from the audience. But maybe talk us a little bit about Morphing's journey over the past 20 years, because it is a cumulative effort of multiple, of course, led by Dr. Ranjani and Professor Nandi, but a number of people have come together to put this together. And how that journey evolved and what happened when you joined in 2021 and how you've taken it forward.
Yes, so that's a very interesting point. I think it probably mirrors the story of most academic research startups. I think there is no dearth of very interesting academic research in India. And we were one of those initiatives, about 20 years ago, 17 years to be exact. And this mission was simple. Let us create something fundamentally disruptive out of India in compute. Because we have an understanding, we have the capability, then why cannot we realize something? So that was the motivating force to create something disruptive in compute. Now, this started off very well as a journey, and initial part of that journey for the first 10 to 15 years, we were incredibly well served by the IIT and the IISc research ecosystem, wherein we have access to global multinationals who are looking to get a piece of what's next. And we got engaged with DRDO, we got engaged with Safran Aerospace. We had a lot of fun engagements where we explored what's next in compute. But where we got stuck is around 2020, we got stuck in this journey. We remained an academic project, and there's no real way to bring us to a product and to life. And that's what happened when I joined in. The challenge was to how to articulate, how to solution a complex piece of disruptive tech in a way that it is digestible and it can be productized essentially. And that's essentially the biggest victory that NVIDIA has today. As Shashwat was saying, it is not their hardware. Their hardware is in fact slightly inferior to AMD's. But what is outstanding is the way they allow end users to use their hardware. And that essentially is one part of a very large equation of how you essentially take a semiconductor to market. And it's been incredibly transformative for the last 4 years. We are still in midst of the journey, how to make it user-friendly and end-user friendly. But we now are finding a way on how to make that delta. Please. Yeah, but don't take my advice as investment advice, please. But other than that, I think very well asked question. I think first up, the difficult parts. I think the foundry ecosystem needs a lot of time to mature. We are looking at least an 8 to 10 year time frame on this, right? I mean, Tata has kicked the ball off really well. And, but if you were to look at what they're targeting mature nodes, right? I mean, they're targeting 40 nanometers and eventually 28. And these are very mature today. And these are for mass volume manufacture activities which don't require very high compute. Even if you were to look at China or Huawei or Russia, I mean, Russia's case is slightly different, but China, SMIC, which is their foundry version, I mean, it has sunk over $120 billion over the last 10 years. That's where they have gotten to where they are. The good part is the government has an understanding, a fundamental understanding and appreciation that building a strategic differentiator in this kind of a scenario will take money and down the drain, right? I mean, it's not down the drain, it's building that, it's essentially cost of competency you're developing. However, there is no substitute to time. It is not about if you invest 200 billion and suddenly India will become competent in the foundry space. No, there are a lot of ecosystem gaps like purified gases. The volumes aren't just enough. If the volumes aren't there, how can the gas guys scale up? But if the gas guys have to scale up, first volumes, right? But the volumes won't happen until you establish a foundry. So it's a chicken and egg situation. And these are things which have been navigated before. We will also navigate it. The good part is the will is there. Because if you get struck off or China becomes a hotbed and you don't have access to chips, it's a big problem. There are other emerging players as well, which is why you have TSMC in US, you have other fabs coming up elsewhere, and there is some amount of diversification happening in order to prevent that entire scenario. Now, when you look at it from a slightly different standpoint, which is, the foundry business is only for big players. If you don't have a couple of $1 billion to drop without actually, batting an eyelid, it's not for us. And it'll take 5 to 10 years. I mean, there are very aggressive projections that, in 2 to 3 years, we'll start seeing some good volumes, but at the very least, it takes 5. But that is actually a very good timeline. TSMC to reach a mature stage had taken almost 15 years, right? So, but we'll always be behind. I think the expectation setting is the more critical one. We are not competing with TSMC. We cannot compete with TSMC, not at least for the next 50 to 100 years. Others have tried and failed, but we can definitely target a section of the market which is very lucrative and very voluminous, and India's annual import bill is $42 billion of electronics. We can replace a good percentage of that entire bill of materials with Indian chips, made in Indian foundries. So that's possible. But on design, IP, system on chips, which are products like what Shashwat talked about, what we are hoping to get next year, this side we are far better prepared because you don't have a competency building cycle. We have already got some in-house competencies. We will start seeing, I think Shashwat and Co have already, I think, very close to moving on to the next stage of their startup life cycle. We hope to see more breakouts in the next 2 to 3 years in the semiconductor space, where there will be clear examples, on-the-ground examples, which allow you to, which have gone into the market, which are deployed in lakhs and millions of pieces. And that, I think, is the starting point for products from India. Maybe in India or also for the world, but that's how it is going to pan out. I think 3 to 5 years for design guys and about 10 years for the foundry guys.
I have a question.
Just one sec, let me add on to what Deepak just said. Like I said, 75% of the chips that we are looking at are not the stuff that we have to compete with TSMC in the first place. The TSMC is exiting that 75% because 90% of their revenue comes from the 25%. So that gives a lot of opening for people like the Tatas or CG Power or any of the others who are coming up over here to actually build something interesting and compelling. I think manufacturing is a very important part of the equation, and if you solve for that, that actually builds the resilience and the internal indigenization capability that we need. We don't need to go after the really high technology stuff that TSMC does. It's ancillary to everything else that we need to do. Yeah.
Perfect.
So great presentation. I have a question for your, this is Bharat, great presentation. So for you and for Mindgrow, speaking for both of the companies, as you aspire to hit your milestones and then all the way to commercialization, what are your specific needs internal as a company and also externally in the ecosystem and customer base that need to happen for you to go from where you are to see the first revenue?
Yes, so, hello, yeah. So I think needs, I heard the word needs, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Your internal needs, external needs.
I think there is, India was very good at engineering. I think my friend Shashwat will also bear that out. He's a product guy, I'm a product guy in my company. Driving a product first mindset is not a natural thing for deep tech companies in India yet. We can sell the tech, we can tell the foundational things, but in terms of understanding what a product solutioning requires fully, 360 degrees to the same level of maturity, which our Chinese counterparts or perhaps ST Microelectronics or Texas Instrument does, is going to take a little bit of time. Of course, once we do that, it's not a question of capability, it's just a question of time and effort and access to the business dollar. I think if you were to ask me how many people are willing to do a paid POC, proof of concept with us, that is a very big, determinant for actually how well or quickly we can go to market. Because typically in semiconductors, once you get the first domino to fall or your first application is realized with the customer, everyone will just follow suit. Typically it's like a series of dominoes falling. But that first domino is the hardest. It was so for ARM, it was so for a whole lot of people. NVIDIA struggled initially. So it's the story of hardware. It's essentially a race to bottom or the death, they call it. But that first break, and thankfully the indigenization program is going to be a very big boon for it. And I think Shashwat will speak more on that.
I have about 50 people who are ready to be my second customer. Right? So in terms of the ecosystem, internally or as a design ecosystem within the semiconductor industry, I think product thinking is definitely a major part of it. Externally, also I think it's product, because we need to find these people who are ready to experiment with building new products with new raw material, basically with new chips, who will then be able to. So one thing about the Shenzhen ecosystem that you should understand, if somebody is designing a chip, they're designing a chip in collaboration with 5 people who are building products on that chip, and they get that product out the minute the chip comes out. That's not the case anywhere else in the world. And we need that kind of an ecosystem to be able to compete with them.
And I think that's a very nice case in point, because whenever very preliminary conversations with Indian OEMs or OSAT guys, and you typically say that they're too much headache, boss. We don't want to touch until you have one customer, then we'll copy paste, right? So yeah, so that's typically been the resistance that most of these companies are earning such massive profits. They're like, out of my bill of materials, why do I replace something which will give me a delta of 10 or 15 or 20 crores when I'm doing 12,000 crores in revenue annually? So I think that's one of our challenges, but I think the indigenization program definitely helps, because we are trying to replace chips in Ministry of Defense, and a lot of that $42 billion import, as I told, 70% is almost 28 nanometers and above chips. So that is where our first target is, and that actually will help get, because like you correctly mentioned, Huawei, the second they did a sub 7 nanometer chip is when the world stood up and took notice. They were like scared. They're like, hey, how did these guys able to do it without TSMC or other access, right? I think we need our equivalent of that in India as well. While we are trying to have our first domino fall, I think in that time, I think the government is doing an admirable job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Shashwat. Thank you for your time. Okay. Our next session is going to be a fireside chat with Debjani Ghosh, who is previously president of NASSCOM, but now is heading the Niti Aayog's think tank on frontier technologies. The fireside chat will be moderated by Arjun, and we'll be talking about the AI opportunity for Indian industry. Arjun.
Thank you, Sunil. We'll be doing this with Debjani online. She's signing in and logging in from Delhi. Can we get the Zoom connection? Good afternoon, Debjani. Can we increase the volume for... Debjani, can we do some mic testing, sound testing, please? If you can. Absolutely. Lovely. Yes, we can hear you now, loud and clear. Am I audible? You are. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just a quick introduction, although Debjani doesn't need much of an introduction in this ecosystem particularly. Debjani Ghosh has had a stellar, almost 3-decade career in leadership roles in the tech industry, more than a decade at Intel, has spent most of the last decade being president at NASSCOM and actually evolving the deep tech ecosystem and the frontier tech ecosystem for the country, and has been the flag bearer for this, right, for deep tech. So, and now she's taken on the role of distinguished architect at Niti Aayog, right, and helping the government frame policy and driving again innovation for deep tech in India. Thank you so much, Debjani, for joining us. It's a real pleasure to have you. Right, and we're talking about in today's conversation, we're talking about the AI opportunity for the country, right? We just had a great presentation by a couple of chip companies, both of them building for different applications, Morphing machines in particular, building, fabless semiconductor company. For AI in India, right? Just to get started, Debjani, if you could start off by talking a little bit about the last 10 years, and particularly your time spent at NASSCOM and how that evolved to today, you being at Niti Aayog, and what you're doing there will give a flavor for the audience here, which is primarily a lot of entrepreneurs, investors, who are all looking at this ecosystem very closely and participating as well, right? We'll give a little bit of flavor there, and then we can talk about the state of AI as well. Yes, all clear.
Okay. And I think it has been foundational. But it's the next 10 years that excite me the most. And the job that I'm right now, the responsibility that I'm right now being given, for me, it's a dream job because it really is all about figuring out how frontier technology will play a role in creating the future that we want. how will it play a role in creating the roadmap towards India becoming a developed nation in the next 20 odd years. So the next 10 years becomes very, very critical, because if we don't get to where we want to be or where we should be by 2035, then we know that it's going to get difficult. Um, it's, if we think about where we want India to be. I think I think I speak for every one of us when we say that we really want India to be seen as a developed nation. What does that mean? It's not just about the GDP growth, right, which everyone talks about, 30 odd trillion, etc., etc. For me, the fascinating one is the growth of per capita GDP from 2,500 now to 18,000, if we have to get to that state in the next 20 years. No country has had that kind of growth in that window, right? But no country has attempted to do that in the era of AI and in the era of frontier tech, where you truly have technologies acting as force multipliers for economic growth and development. So the question is, if we truly believe that frontier tech is going to be the make or break for this aspiration, then what do we have to do? And I absolutely believe that. I absolutely believe that it is the make or break. Then what do we have to do? What do we have to build out to get there? And we look at, transformation of education, transformation of healthcare, transformation of industries like manufacturing, etc., etc. And there is such an important role for technologies like AI, like bioengineering, like quantum, etc., to play in every single sector. The last speakers were talking about semicon. I think that the future of semicon in India is going to be so important for supply chain resilience. That again will be needed, right? So I am tremendously excited about the future, the potential that it has for India's frontier tech ecosystem. I believe that we will have one of the best time ever for this sector in the next 10 to 20 years. So I'll stop there, and we can
Thanks,
discuss
Devjani.
further.
No, thanks, Devjani. That's a great start in terms of, what we can do in the next 10 years, 20 years. If you want to double click a little bit on what you mentioned, which is AI in particular being a force multiplier, right? And what ingredients do we have as a country, as an ecosystem, right? In terms of talent, in terms of policy, which ones should we focus on? Which ones are you most excited about? And where do you think also where we really need to possibly, be cognizant of where we need improvement, correct?
I was just looking at the core teams that are building the AI models in all the top companies, OpenAI, Google, Meta, even Mistral, etc., etc. And no surprises, but when you look at the names of sort of who are the key people who are building this, either the leader or within the team, sort of the key people, it's amazing how many Indian names you will find there. And these are Indian names that have studied mostly in IIT Madras or one of the IITs, and then moved on to do this. So I absolutely believe that our biggest competitive advantage is and will always be talent, but we cannot take it for granted. I actually feel that it is a shame that we have such brilliant students who are capable, brilliant youngsters who are capable of driving the most complex R&D today that the world is seeing, very, very important. So talent, but talent for moving the India AI ecosystem up the value chain, moving up the focus on how much of R&D happens here, the IP that gets created here is very, very important. I think the last speakers also talked about the power of ecosystem in Shenzhen, and I cannot agree more with that. Having spent 21 years at Intel, the power of ecosystem is so important. An ecosystem along the whole value chain. Again, I think that's something India has to focus on and India has to build. It's coming together, bits and pieces, still not very strong, but the ecosystem is going to play a tremendously important role. Regulation, we do not really have much control on. Regulation, the way I see regulation, it's like the brakes on the car. You need it to ensure that when things go wrong, you're not going to die. So you absolutely have to, and I have a different outlook on regulation, provided it's done right. I believe regulation helps businesses because reputational risks, especially in the world of AI, are so immense. So I'm glad that India is not rushing into regulation. We're taking our time to understand what's needed, and I think that approach will definitely help. But talent, ecosystem, and of course access to the scarce resources, compute and data. We are a land that says we are very rich in data, but our data is locked up in different repositories across government. So I think that there has to be a key priority has to be how do we unlock our data in a responsible way, in a way that values privacy, security, etc. But we have to unlock the data because the value of the data is in how it gets used. So all of these things I think has to come together.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think two aspects I want to quickly zoom in on is one, the compute part that you spoke about, right? Which is for us to build data centers, for us to build, for us to have GPUs and storage and all of that. What is in your opinion, and that costs a fair bit of capex, upfront investment, if you will, right, to the tune of millions of dollars, if not tens and hundreds, right? There is always this debate of where the capital should come from, right? Whether it is government, whether it is large corporates, or it is private equity venture capital funded. Any headline thoughts on that? What has the world done well? What can we learn from that? And given our own situation, what can we do best? Because that's sort of a big cost structure sort of hanging on your head. Where's that going to come from? Everybody's asking that question.
So if you look at what has the world done well, right? There are two examples, China and US. Right? So if you look at US, it's really big tech that's funding it. And that's not a model we can follow because we don't have that. The Chinese model also gets difficult for us to follow. Again, there it's the big companies with government subsidies, etc., and government enablers. I think India has to evolve its unique model, and as to who plays, everyone. Because we are starting at pretty much base zero. So we have such a long way to go, and I don't think catch-up is going to work. So we will have to figure out how to disrupt in this space. So I think everyone has a role to play, and everyone should pitch in, because this is sort of foundational, right? This is foundational asset infrastructure that has to get created, because while there are a lot of people saying India should not waste time building models, I do not fully agree. I do believe that we should build at least a very good horizontal model that primarily to ensure that our languages and our culture are fully represented. I do believe, and maybe that's the role of government and academics, that's fair. But even for industry, inference, and especially with now reasoning coming in at the inference level, inference itself is going to require a lot of compute. It's going to require more and more compute. So we do have to invest in compute. I think that's a no-brainer. I think everyone needs to. Today, we actually have companies like Yota others who are, I know Tata's has planned, Jio has planned, Adani has planned. I mean, there are companies that are interested in or that are already investing in setting up compute infrastructure. I visited Yota's data center in Mumbai. It is mind-blowing, mind-blowing.
I saw some pictures on LinkedIn, yes. And
They have the 4,000. You do walk into the room, that noise, and for someone who's grown up at Intel, I mean, this was just amazing to hear the kind of noise the 4,000 GPUs make. It's just crazy. But you know what? They have the compute. Most of that compute is not being used by the Indian ecosystem. Most of it is being used by people outside India. The demand from India is still very low. So yes, we have to invest in compute, but we also have to invest in capabilities of the ecosystem. We have to move that ecosystem up the value chain so that today, if you look at it, 90% are pretty much playing at the entry level, where they are honestly just doing plain inference and getting somebody's model to come up with images or poetry or whatever. There are very few, just a handful of companies that are actually either going deep into verticals or building some kind of proprietary IP moat, etc. In their solutions. And I think we have to figure out how to do that better.
No, that's a good segue for my next sort of set of questions on what sort of applications, does our ecosystem need? Like you're saying, our inference needs are limited right now because applications are limited and usage is relatively low, correct? And then we split it into either enterprise, B2B applications, use cases, and then there's the consumer side, which is where we have really massive numbers, right? While our enterprise depth relative to other geographies may be moderate to low, but on the consumer side, our scales we've seen in our consumer companies, right? So how do you think about where this inference growth and AI usage growth will come from? Or should we spend time, or should the ecosystem spend time building new entrepreneurs, building AI first companies?
Again, this is my personal view, right? But just looking at everything, and I have the luxury of speaking to the entire ecosystem and hearing from them. So, just my inference from all of that. I think today the monetization opportunities is increasingly in B2B, where it's really about building the systems, the solutions to convert data into intelligence. I mean, most of these companies are sitting on so much of data, and the data is all over the place. It's in silos. One, they don't even know where it is, and two, they don't know what to do with it. And I think what I'm seeing, and the startups that are today actually making money are mostly in this space where they're going vertical, they're building solutions for either sectors like insurance or whatever have you. They're working with specific companies to solve for these problems, and it really becomes about figuring out the way to convert your data into actual intelligence and insights, right? And getting you to use it. A great example of an Indian startup, I just love what they're doing. They're working with some of the biggest banks globally, right? And what is the problem they're solving? So banks have to constantly stay a step ahead of regulation, and regulation is changing daily in the financial sector. So they have built a solution which has been trained to continuously learn what's happening with regulation, what's changing, what's not. And then it works backward. It goes through every process in the bank. It sort of studies every process, every step in the bank, so that it's able to real-time highlight where are the gaps, what's broken, where do you have a problem, or where can you potentially have a problem if you don't fix it, and therefore what do you need to fix. I mean, a beautiful use case for that sector, right? So I think this is where today the vertical AI solutions is where I see the immediate monetization opportunities, especially with agents coming in. I think this is going to be the area that will adopt faster. B2C, as you said, there is tremendous scale, but we have to work for that scale. And I don't see it as tremendous scale in India because the population diversity is so big. You cannot build a solution that will address you, me, and the people right at the top and the people right at the bottom. We have to figure out where we want to play. Maybe at some point, but we have to figure out where we want to play. So, but again, it's about figuring out which sector you're going to play in, and I'm sure that sector will evolve, but I think B2C from a monetization perspective still hasn't evolved enough in India. I could be wrong. It's my personal take.
Fair enough. Last question before we possibly take questions from the audience and then come back is, you spoke about the really, obviously the large population, and therefore we have to think about the ramifications and the impact overall. There's two parts. One, how do we get AI into the hands of the masses? Right? In terms of public goods, utilities, we've done reasonably well, I would say, fairly well on UPI and ONDC and some other things over the last decade. Right? Is there a similar opportunity with AI, right, for the masses for it to really, penetrate and deploy value? I know monetization is a secondary, maybe tertiary outcome of that, but really put it in the hands, this intelligence and insight that we talk about. Right? That is one aspect of going to masses. The other aspect of the sphere of AI taking away jobs at a certain scale, right? How do we reconcile both these aspects as we are in this situation?
So first, I think I don't sort of see it as putting AI in the hand of users, because I see AI as an enabler, and to be a good enabler, it has to be invisible. So this is about figuring out where do you integrate AI and to do what? I mean, till now we've had very narrow use cases. It's been assistive in nature. It's sort of moving now a little bit towards the mid area of expertise and assistance. But I think we are not far away from a future where we will see autonomous AI coming to play out in banking solutions and other solutions. So AI is anyway, through the, whether it's education, healthcare, banking, whatever have you, or the existing DPIs, I think that intelligent layer will be added onto everything, or should be added onto everything. The ability to get the right expertise that you need, whether you're a carpenter who's looking for how to solve this particular problem, or you're a AI developer. But how do you get access to the right expertise at your fingertips? I think that is the way I look at it, and I look at the integration of AI into our lives. But that is going to happen through existing solutions that exist. It's AI access, like the intelligence layer, right? But as we do that, I think we cannot underestimate the importance of responsible use of AI. I honestly worry about putting the cart before the horse and getting the ecosystem and solutions ready if we haven't yet got people to understand the basic concepts like, privacy may mean very different in India than what it means in US, but even getting people to understand what it means within the Indian context. How do you keep yourself safe? I think it's going to be important. So some kind of a massive AI literacy drive I see on the cards. I think that is absolutely an imperative for India, especially given that the solutions will reach everyone, given that we know how to build inclusive scale in the country. That is going to happen. On jobs, again, I have a slightly different perspective. I don't see AI impacting jobs. I see AI impacting specific tasks. And those tasks exist in pretty much every job. Your job, my job, every job, right? And I think what we have to stop getting paranoid. We have to start figuring out which are the tasks which are going to be impacted the most. And if some of these tasks, if for example, a particular job has 80% of tasks that is going to get impacted, we know those jobs are going to be at risk. Then again, the thinking on reskilling, etc. has to start, because I don't believe, given the young population for India, it's okay for an aging country to think about universal income, base income, etc., etc. I think in India we need jobs. We have to create jobs. But the jobs may look very different from what it does today. But those are some of the things we have to think through. And I am so happy because my current role in Niti Front, where I'm setting up the Frontier Tech think tank called the Frontier Tech Hub, is supposed to be doing exactly this. It's looking at the future. How will these technologies play out? What will be the impact, good, bad, ugly? And how, because we have to figure out what actions to take today if we have to be ready for these technologies 5 years, 10 years from now. So what do we have to do today? And these are excellent questions to debate.
Thank you so much. That's very insightful. I'm going to open it up to the audience if there's one or two questions. We're also getting close to time. So I'll see if there are any questions for Debjani from the audience. Don't have to be just around what we've spoken. Can be more freely as well. Possibly not. I think they'll catch up with you when they meet you in person. But maybe this is a last question. Yes, there's one question here.
Hi, I'm Rhythm from Morgan Stanley. And I just saw a headline which says that Masa met the Prime Minister saying India will become the global chip capital of the world. And he's got a plan. So it's very interesting that somebody at that level says that. And recently we had Jensen Huang, who I think is also talking about this. I think from both these people, what I kind of grab is that India is going to be a very separate market. And it has still not been addressed by all the AI investments that have happened. So how do you think should our policy address this? What policies would be critical for this to happen?
I'm the person who will sort of think policy last, because I don't think policies honestly drive technology. They shape to some extent. I have not seen Masa's plan, but I did spend some time with Jensen, so in his, not the last visit, the visit before that. India is a very interesting market, and I think if you're thinking about global supply chain resilience, you cannot leave India out of the discussion. It's sort of an imperative that India has to be in that discussion. And semicon supply chain becomes extremely critical. So I think India has to have a plan, and that's what I've heard from a lot of them. I would love to see, I'm eagerly looking forward to understanding what is Masa's plan. We have to do it from a policy perspective. I think the government has come out with the Semiconductor mission to build the ecosystem, and once again it goes back to the ecosystem. I think that is, for me, that's the number one priority. If we have to build the supply chain ecosystem in the country. And I think that's what the Semiconductor mission is attempting to do, is trying to do. But yeah, it takes time, as we all know. But there's also a lot that has to be done beyond what government policies can do. For example, capability development. We do have very good talent with respect to chip design, thanks to the ecosystem that exists. Intel and Texas Instruments, AMD, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, they're all doing a lot of design work in India. So we do have a good ecosystem. But I'm not sure we have the kind of ecosystem that is required to move from design to the next stage, even if it's packaging, testing, manufacturing comes right at the end. I think there has to be some work done in that space. Funds We have to start, India has to figure out its patient capital problem. At some point, we have to collectively figure out that it's okay to take risks. And yes, if we take risks, some of it is going to fail. But that fear of taking risks, the fear of putting in money on anything that is long-term, that is risky, that may not yield immediate results, is really, for me, those are bigger issues than policy. That is what's really holding us back. And that's also a reason why we don't have an R&D ecosystem to the extent we could have in India, given that most of the people leading R&D globally are Indians. So, that's what worries me more, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Devjani. This was lovely, and I think that parting note is obviously something we're both very passionate about in terms of what we're all here today for, which is Speciale's annual summit, which is risk capital, which is patient capital for the long haul, and there's just so much to build. And thank you for your thoughts, and thank you for taking time for joining us today. Right? Really, really appreciate it.
Have a great conference.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you.
And over next to Vishesh.
So a lot of our life as a venture capital fund revolves around entrepreneurs. Like we said before, being an entrepreneur is a very difficult job. So we wanted to spend a little time to celebrate entrepreneurs. We're very happy to invite Ramki on stage. Ramki is a dear friend. He's a writer, journalist. He's been with the Hindu group now 33 years now. He's an independent journalist. Ramki did the first feature on us about 7 years ago, and I think that's when we met you first, Ramki. But of course, we're very happy to have Ramki here today because Ramki has authored a book titled Vidyut Bharat, and we'd like for him to spend a little time talking about that book. We'd also like to invite on stage Mr. M. Murugappan, former chairman of Murugappan, who has been very kind to write an afterword on the book, and also Mr. Ridham Desai, the managing director of Morgan Stanley, who has also been very kind to write the forward for the book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real pleasure for me to be here on this annual summit of Speciale Invest. Thank you so much, Vishesh and Speciale, for giving me this platform to launch a book that celebrates some really special entrepreneurs, those who have come from ordinary background like me or anybody else in this hall and are aiming to do it big on the global stage. They are building businesses. Some of them already built businesses and launched them. And it's been a wonderful experience for me talking to these founders, learning about their story, and understanding the technology. I'd first like to thank, of course, Speciale and Vishesh for giving me this opportunity, and Mr. Ridham Desai for writing the foreword, and Mr. Murugappan for being kind enough to write the afterword. And more than anything else, it will be remiss on my part if we do not thank Manish Purohit of Authors Upfront, the publishers of this book, for having brought it off at an extremely tight deadline. And of course, huge thanks to the founders for having taken the time to talk to me. I mean, most of my questions would have been stupid for them, basic for them, because I wanted to understand the technology correctly, and so that I didn't make any mistake. And just to give you an example, the book profiles a bunch of entrepreneurs like Srinath and Mohin. So you met Srinath in the morning. They were completely different backgrounds. They didn't know each other till they had finished college. They were in different continents, brought together by mutual friends, and realized they had a common interest in cricket. And when they got talking, they realized they had shared an even bigger passion in space and rocketry. Or take Niraj and Narayan, who built India's first electric superbike ground up. They were schoolmates, competed with each other for the first rank in school. Their paths diverged when they went to engineering colleges, but then they realized they wanted to do something really big, and thus was born Ultraviolet. Or you take Laksh Narayan, who's a serial entrepreneur. He was homebound because of a family medical emergency in the family. And what did he do? He didn't fret and fume. Of course, he did that, but he also thought about what he should do next. Teamed up with his wife Tina and a batchmate from IIT, and started their second venture together, Stream Alive. The story goes on. I wouldn't want to take the suspense away from the book. You should all read it and enjoy it, because the whole message of Vidyut Bharat is to convey the impression that anybody can build a good business if you have the fire in the belly. And the common thread running through all these stories is, of course, if I may say so, Speciale Invest, who as their main backer helped them turn their dreams into reality. They're building products from India for the world, and they're there, Speciale is there backing them right from the word go. Some of them are just ideas, but Speciale is there to help them translate those ideas into a good business proposition. Thank you so much once again, everybody, for the opportunity. I'd like to now invite Mr. Rhythm Desai to say a few words, please.
Thank you. It was indeed an honor to write the foreword, so thank you, Vishesh, for asking me to do that. I'll actually make 3 points. So I think not too many people appreciate the fact that India has been at the forefront of technology and science for 99% of human history. So say for the last 500 years or so, most innovations happened in this place that we now call India. It wasn't called India for all these years, but it has been called India for a long time. Think about the invention of zero. Think about our understanding of the universe, the heliocentric theory. A lot of these things were actually, founded here. The numerical system. These are some really powerful inventions that drove the science of industrial Europe in the last 5 centuries. Somewhere in the last 5 centuries, we lost our way, maybe because of successive invasions, which may have set us back, maybe because we became too prosperous and lost our mojo. But I think what this book does is highlights this fact that this country is actually, the seed or the foundation to technology and science. And we are seeing this today in full flow. I mean, the startups that are presenting here are mighty impressive. So that's the first point. The second point is that the success of this country is intricately linked to what's happening in this room. From macroeconomic perspective, we understand that land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurial skills determine the success of an economy. There's not much to differentiate in land and capital now. Labor is a big advantage for India. I know there was a bit of skepticism that Devjani expressed about we need to create jobs. I actually don't worry so much about it. Robots, and I think we have something on robots here. They don't eat food, they don't travel, they don't watch movies. Robots don't need anything other than electricity. It's only human beings that consume. So no world economy can be created without human beings, and this is the place where today we have 1 in 7 and eventually probably 1 in 5 human beings, where we have growth in population. So it's a major advantage. But what will determine whether we succeed or not is not creation of jobs, is entrepreneurial spirit. If the next generation in this country is not as enterprising as his generation was, and I'm referring to Murugappan sir here, or his previous generation was, then I think we are in trouble. So for me, the most heartening thing is to see the spirit of these young people, their ability to take risk, not worry about their monthly salary. I have been always hooked onto a monthly salary. I don't know how many of you have read Nassim Taleb, but he has said that there are 3 addictions that human beings have. One is sugar. The other one is, either nicotine or heroin or whatever drug you want to take. And the third is a monthly salary. And the hardest one to leave is a monthly salary. So, kudos, and I would say, all of us should actually clap for the entrepreneurs in this room. But this book is certainly a calling to the rest of our country to become entrepreneurs, because that is what is, I think, going to determine whether we succeed or not. And finally, of course, for those who haven't, I had the good fortune of reading this ahead of its launch. It's written in a very, very easy way with a lot of pictures and a lot of good stories. So it's not a boring book. It's a very entertaining book, and you'll love reading it. So please do read it. Fascinating. Thank you so much for writing this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Desai, for those nice words. Mr. Murugan, if I can invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, Ramki, for stringing this together in the form of a book. I find this extremely inspiring. Inspiring in so many ways. Inspiring in the way that you mentioned, Rhythm, in the case of so many entrepreneurs with ideas coming together, different backgrounds, just that spirit of entrepreneurship. So while you celebrated the entrepreneurs, let me also tell you that behind these entrepreneurs are investors. So maybe celebrate the investors who've invested in Speciale Invest and thereby have supported the entrepreneurs. So essentially what we are doing is celebrating India. We're celebrating the spirit of entrepreneurship. We are celebrating the willingness to put capital behind them. And Vishesh, I'm not holding out a drive for your third fund, since I have no benefit other than fondness and friendship. Except that to say that it's a question of and if you look at the cross-section of the founders who have been supported by Speciale Invest, one uniform thing you will find beyond the spirit of entrepreneurship is they are all very grounded. They are all very grounded, they are simple, they are humble, and they are frugal. Every one of these entrepreneurs, and I've had the privilege of learning from and working with many of them, and most of them have been featured in this book. And I've spent time with them at various stages of the development and progress of their respective companies. And I must say, the spirit that they bring, it's the passion and pride, not just on the technology, but also for our country. So I think this augurs very well for all of us. And as we look towards the century of India's independence, about 23 years from now, India should build for the world. Science and technology will be at its forefront. But we should not forget that as much as there is the deep tech ecosystem, there will also develop a social entrepreneurial system, which needs to keep pace with this. And that will also be our responsibility, because all of us here in this room are very privileged. And we have the responsibility for the development and growth of our country within our sphere of influence. And I sincerely hope that the sphere of influence that we all have will go beyond just investments and return, but it will go towards also building a social ecosystem which supports this and will support the country's future. Thank you, Ramki, for bringing this up.
Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words. If I can now request both of you to join me in unveiling this book.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
We sincerely thank all of you for taking the time and the effort in doing this. And I'm sure this will, and by the way, a copy of this book is with each of you in your respective bags. So please do read it. Please do spend the word.
We're getting a signed copy.
Lovely.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much again. And
Come, please sit, please. After you.
we will break for high tea. We expect to start at 4:30 again. And at 4:30 we have the last track, which is a track on the energy, which of course has a keynote and two entrepreneurs talking. And then we'll have the final keynote with Mr. Ridham Desai, which will start closer to 6. Thank you very much. Thank you again. See you shortly.
The reality is that as we switch the energy system to something else, a number of other factors have come into play. So energy security, of course, especially in a world that is facing multiple wars and facing more challenges in that particular space. Energy accessibility, roughly 45% of our world's population do not actually have access to the amount of energy that they really need. Energy flexibility. There is a need for us to think about alternative structures of energy and be much more clearer as to what type of energy we need and what particular use cases that are there. And there's multiple other sort of factors that come through. What's also happening, I think, which is at a very fundamental level that I think some people are not yet fully grasping in some of this, is you're moving from essentially a very dense, high energy carrier that was highly commoditized to structures that are quite specific, country specific, potentially hyper-local, where you're moving from aggregated, scaled versions of big refineries, big production platforms, down to an electrolyzer at a customer site. You're moving from, here's your gasoline and diesel, take it or leave it, to choose whatever type of fuel or energy that you want. So you're fundamentally changing the underlying characteristic nature of energy and how it is actually being utilized, which is a very major mega trend and mega change.
Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, I was keeping the India question for later, but I'm just going to bring it here anyway now. What does this mean for our country when, you're saying it's distributed, it's getting democratized, the energy generation itself. Like, what does that mean for a country like ours where infrastructure is still, either rudimentary or still growing? Yep. I mean, not saying that it's not growing, but we have to change the pace of what's happening. But like, what does that mean? Like, this is very interesting, how fundamentally energy generation or how we think about energy is changing. What does that mean for India?
Yeah, because this is becoming a lot less production-led and a lot more consumer-led, what you have to sort of appreciate is that the diversity of consumers country by country are now starting to dictate what are actually the demands of what the energy really needs to start to look like. So every country, and what we recognized in Shell, but most corporates would come back and recognize, is that every country has its own version of the energy transition, right? Which is going to be quite interesting for startups and things to come back and think about, because the sense of globally scaling something is not necessarily a foregone conclusion, especially in this new world that we're coming back. But the good news is energy is so big that any country is large enough to sustain it. In India, we have a vast amount of bioresources, right? And so, of course, you see a tremendous amount of discussion about how to utilize our biological resources that we have. We, of course, have wind and solar, which are very well established, that's there. We do not have natural sources such as gas and so forth, or necessarily the fields of the pockets, so things like CCUS and methane extraction, methane to hydrogen, those kind of things are not yet in the consideration set. Whereas other things are emerging quite fast, which is why people think about things like hydrogen to come and jump to green hydrogen side of the house, but skip blue hydrogen as a development particular pathway that's there. So it's more tailoring the profile of technologies for specifically the country and the use cases, demand use cases that exist in that particular country. That is going to be essential as we go forward.
Got it. And specifically, if you look into India, like, have you seen any particular areas that you think are going to be more, interesting for India, and given our, our resources availability? We get a lot of solar incidents, but how it is and how does that energy mix will change for India? How do you have some views over there?
Yeah, I think sometimes if you want to be as exotic as you could possibly want to be, natural hydrogen is actually one that people are the most excited about for the India, because the Bay of Bengal basin probably has the most natural hydrogen that's available. So in theory, you could actually extract hydrogen and take that forward. And that was probably one of the world's richest sort of sources that we actually have. Of course, it's incredibly difficult to come back and do, and we're miles away from figuring that out, right? When you work backwards from there, then there's plenty of consumer-focused sort of businesses and alternatives that we take a look at. Yeah, for example, at a very simple use case, two-wheeler EV technology will always be led by some place like India.
Yeah.
And then you work your way even further backwards, then it is true green hydrogen is probably more applicable in India. Offshore wind is not applicable in India. There's constraints in terms of what we think about where that will actually exist. So we'd have to probably go through technology by technology to dive every single particular use case, but that's the general case.
That's very interesting. For everyone in the audience, we do have an investment in a green hydrogen electrolyzer company called Nutris. They have a stall there, an electrolyzer, in display as well. I want to, take it from there and dive a little bit, go upwards and from a global perspective.
Subject, I had a little bit of a question. So, Nitin, India's current total energy consumption is around 31, 32 exajoules.
Yep.
And that number could be in the high 50s in the next 5-7 years. So the absolute quantum jump that will happen is unprecedented in world history. It's a function of access, as you very rightly pointed out. I mean, we finally have access, and then that's the size of our country, right?
Yep.
Of all these things that you just mentioned, green hydrogen, wind, solar, what is the most scalable in your view, which solves for India's energy needs? Because earlier, when Vishesh's team was presenting, we heard about India has to go green while it is still poor. But I think there's an additional problem. We just need so much of energy. I mean, forget about green. Even if we don't go green, how do we solve for this? What is the most scalable technology in your view?
Yeah, it's, I think what you've painted the box is very true, that we have not a triangle, we actually have a bit of a hexagon of constraints in terms of what India really needs to take a look at, right? And taking a look at what technology will actually scale. My personal perspective on this entire thing, I'll answer the question for you and then jump back to this, is I think the biotechnologies probably have the most ability to scale at this point in time. I'm putting solar and wind aside because that has already sort of scaled at a different level. But I think there is much more room left to come back and take those forward. Because the reality is that while we can be quite attracted by net zero type comments, what our task over the next 3 to 5 years is to actually provide a lot more energy, but at a lower carbon intensity of the energy that we create. Yeah, which means that we have to grow at a pace that China and others grew at, but almost at a third or half as much energy as they utilize on a per person basis at the same development level. We've done the charts on this one. They were at 300 exajoules per individual going forward. Not exajoules, sorry, but joules going. And we have to do it at 100, right? Which is about the bare minimum that is needed for development, considered development on a per person basis going forward, right? So what's extremely important in this storyline is for us to really think about business models and structures that not necessarily are trying to solve for the, get down to the zero aspect, but to actually think about how do we actually start to reduce the carbon intensity of the things that we actually already have. That's maybe the first point I'll come back and talk about. The second aspect is we also have a lot of infrastructure that is already in play, right? The benefit of a economy in the Western side, which is something I have commented much to the Europeans and the Americans, is you are an economy that has invested for 100 years plus in your infrastructure, and your infrastructure is already well established. Ours is 10 years old. We cannot simply scrap them tomorrow and just throw away what we have already done. We have to find ways to utilize them and to make them continue its economic viability. Otherwise, we will cause a massive corporate problem across our industry by simply throwing away billions and tens of billions and hundreds of billions of infrastructure that we've already developed. That is not the challenge that they have. They have a challenge of efficiency and reduction of energy and actually displacement of energy. We have a challenge of adding energy, as you've just mentioned right now, but adding it in a sustainable way at a much lower intensity as we go forward. We can talk much more about some of this, what this means from electrons and molecules point of view, but I think bio is the one that is probably next ready to scale as we go forward. And I think we just saw some good announcements about that also.
Yeah, yeah. And thank you, Nitin. And I'm going to shamelessly plug our portfolio companies whenever it's applicable. We have Firmbox, which has developed a biofuel technology from enzymes, and then again a nuclear fusion company as well. So we are definitely exploring all the possible areas.
And I think just because I'm going to get asked on green hydrogen. Sorry, please go ahead.
No, you mentioned bio, and frankly, I have to admit, I thought you'll say nuclear.
Well, I think, see, it's incredibly difficult when you talk about India, right? I mean, what the framework I was trying to communicate is, it's a mistake for us to even think about India as a homogeneous requirement to begin with. Case in point is, today you can even talk about green hydrogen being economically viable in Ladakh. It is. Because the cost of the alternative source of energy to get there, or the infrastructure build out, is so high that a hydrogen electrolyzer and is actually absolutely viable in the molecules that can generate. Now, that would not be true if you were down in Gujarat as a case in point, right? So to suggest that India as a homogeneous whole has a similar set of consistent requirements would be difficult to begin with. Nuclear, I think, has a tremendous role to play, but I think nuclear has an amazing role to play in defining for ourselves what we need as a baseload electricity provider. So if you take electricity, yes, we've done a lot of work on the intermittency side of it. We've done a lot more work on the power solution side of it, but our baseload capacity and our baseload solutions are still fairly far away. I'm not as big a fan on pumped type solutions or necessarily long storage. I saw it as one of your themes, so I'm very sorry. But necessarily, I think that is much more challenging. I think lithium alternatives are also still probably a decade plus away in terms of where that's getting. Small scale modular reactors, nuclear reactors, is ready today, deployable today.
Yeah.
And frankly, if you want to solve the water crisis that we have, and do it in a way that doesn't exasperate the electricity demands along with data centers and everything else, so to build out a range of desalination plants to be able to address some of that, we will actually have to take a look at something like small-scale nuclear that's there. We've talked a lot about green hydrogen, but actually I think pink hydrogen is actually a more interesting one.
You want to tell everybody what pink hydrogen is?
Yeah, sorry, there's a full spectrum of colors. So if those of you who have not, well into the hydrogen game, you can probably choose any color you want in the rainbow and there'll be a hydrogen solution that will eventually get you there. But pink hydrogen is a combination of nuclear-based electricity used to generate hydrogen that's there. Why is that necessarily the case is because, when we were building out round-the-clock solar round-the-clock renewable power solutions for railways when we won the tender that they'd put out there. And this is about at 85%, I think is what was the minimum requirement. We came in at about 88% RTCs. We were at about a 2.8x in terms of a design of requirements. So 100 gigawatts, 100 megawatts meant that multiplied by 2.8 is what we had to design across the country to be able to give an RTC of 88% with a trading play on top of that to be able to provide that's there. So you're still leaving a lot on the table. And in a molecular business, in a generation of energy business, whether you're scrambling to try and get even to $4 of hydrogen down to $3.50, down to $3, down to this thing, you can't give away 16% of round-the-clock time, right? You have to be running that electrolyzer 24/7 at extremely high efficiencies to be able to have any hope of generating the type of hydrogen that gets you down to $2 sub, right? So this means that we have to take a look at combining some form of baseload structure along with the intermittent structure to come in and reduce now. Now, in other parts of the world, this is what they call a bluish-green hydrogen now, which is, blue is gas, green is renewables, and you combine the two together, and you end up with something that actually works. This is how they solved the Texas power crisis, by the way, when there were issues there, but also equally in Australia when the sun, for some reason, they just ran out of renewable electricity. Right, sorry, that's a long answer to your question. But hopefully, I'm just trying to not sort of paint a little bit more of the complexities that underlie some of these choices that are actually in front of us as we go forward. And the combinations of different technologies and capabilities that will define which ones come back and succeed. One point just before you move on, Vishnu. The larger point I would come back and make to all of you as an audience, for the last 7 years, I have spent billions on some of this. And I can tell you that we had hydrogen solutions. I won't give you the number, but I can tell you it was one of the lowest cost per hydrogen, not just in India, but probably in the world. Despite that, there was not a single customer who was willing to buy. So we have to be quite cognizant of the realities of what we're facing, right? That we can generate energy, as much energy as we want. The technology, it can become more efficient, it can become more capable, but technologies are largely there in place. To make them economically viable and to identify the demand use cases of how we actually use that energy is actually the biggest problem that we're facing right now, right? And this is where the problem, I think, is largely shifting. And I would highly encourage forums such as this to think very carefully about not necessarily just the generation side, but also the platforms and solutions that we need on the demand side. And that is a big part of where we need to come back and solve for some of these challenges. And then the interconnection between the demand side, typically the trading or the transportation, which also needs a major sort of solutioning as we go forward. So there is plenty to do in other spaces than just pure generation.
Thank you. I want to, I wanted to explore two themes in this area. One, I'm sure the audience is also keen to know about the AI data centers and the energy consumption, and also how space cooling as in air conditioners eating up a lot of energy in India as well. But before we go in, since you mentioned other aspects beyond generation, I want to also touch upon a little bit about the storage side of things, right? Like, I mean, what's happening? What is your perspective? And you briefly mentioned some of the things that you want to do, what you prefer to happen. But what do you think, how do you think India should approach the whole storage conundrum? There is mobility storage, which is what is getting all the traction, lithium a lot based on that, but also long duration storage, right, which is also crucial. So do you have a perspective on that, or what India should be doing?
I think we have to start, I think, getting quite a bit more creative on the efficiency of the storage assets that we actually have available to us. I mean, if you really take a look at the deployment of storage solutions, actually storage is something that, whether it's UPSs or other sort of thing, many industrial sites have some form of storage already in play. We would have had to by design, right? Because we couldn't sort of manage between the grid power the stability issues as they were there before. So there is stuff that's out there that actually can probably give us quite an interesting solution space if we are able to come back and enable more behind the meter type solutions.
Okay.
Right? And actually think about how you can actually monetize that, plus put the regulatory frameworks in terms of what that will start to look like. I think there's solutions that will start to emerge very fast that will come back and take a look at even how do you do storage as a service. I want to go back to the point that we have to think a little bit beyond necessarily the tech. I realize that we're a deep tech conference,
No,
but we have to
please
think beyond
don't.
that.
Please don't.
But if you talk about just the technology side of it, I think the reality is that lithium ion will of course, be dominant for a long time. I think pumped hydro and other sort of solutions, they have other challenges associated with that, right? And so we should be careful to come back and jump onto a pumped hydro type suggestion that is the only thing that we can come back and do, because putting a number of dams on pumping water back up all the way is also going to cause a number of sort of challenges in terms of what we do. Of course, there's other forms of stored energy that can be, either through oscillation or through weights or other things. And they are incredibly creative in terms of where that is. The biggest thing with storage, I think, which is always to take a look at, is the energy efficiency associated with storing the energy and then translating it backwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think from what I've seen so far, I'm still looking and hoping that some of these other technologies get to a point where that efficiency mark is economically viable, or even competitive to scale lithium ion where it is.
You will hear from one of those in a few minutes.
I'd love to come back and see more of it.
Yeah.
The other part I think is extremely important, I think, in battery tech specifically is alternative to lithium. And I know that I think is where it's very interesting, because I think now we actually have the computational power, which is a little bit linking back to the AI side of things, plus the models, plus the ability to break materials down to its component structures and see the various reactions to actually build the deep computational analytics that's needed to come back and identify the next generation of materials that's actually needed. And I think there's a number of companies doing some really exciting work in this particular space that are actually looking at combinations that we didn't think were possible, but with a nice lens of also what, overlaying of things like geopolitics and other things that's there. So for materials that are much more accessible. And of course, sodium ones are the biggest ones that are floating around.
Yeah.
But there'll be others.
Yeah, absolutely. We have been also seeing deals in this space and trying to see if some of them excite us as well. I mean, I want to do the AI, but if you have questions from the audience, we will take.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry, just two specific points, I think, relate to what you broadly touched and what the other gentleman called out. One is the nature of the demand itself. You look at India's per capita income itself increasing with the cities and urbanization spreading. 80 out of 100 Americans have a car. In India, it's 5 out of 100.
Yep.
If you just think about what that number is going to be in India, the same numbers as what Ms. Ghosh mentioned in terms of growth over the next 10 years.
Yep.
Per customer, nature of demand, and the number of gadgets being used is going to just shoot up.
Yep.
Let's just ignore AI for the moment. So the nature of the demand itself is going to be substantial, and I think you correctly touched upon that. However, infrastructure is just not there to give the same users the same kind of experience in terms of another car with a different energy source or whatever. I mean, the technology doesn't exist today. And the second part of it is related to the lithium-ion component. In terms of resources, the concentration of resources is spread within a few countries. China, Congo, I mean, we all know about Chile. And there is a concern around, if you break enough rock to dig up enough lithium around the world, the geo impact is going to be significantly far worse than what carbon emissions are even anticipated about. My question is not to lecture on these points, but for you to quickly summary tell us about what Shell's view has been and what you've been thinking about some of these things. And I'm sure you've predicted into the future in terms of energy demand. And I don't anticipate carbon fuels are ever going to go out of style for at least as long as the American eagle continues to be the world's strongest currency.
Yeah, I think I'll connect the dots to the thread that you're talking about. In terms of the energy growth, because that's come up two or three times, the scenarios and projection that we had put forward was about a 2.5 times growth by 2050 compared to where we were in 2020 timeframe. So that's just is 2.5x. Underlying that was an assumption. That's not a base case growth. That is on the assumption that we are far more efficient and a lower carbon intensity for the activities that we do than Americans and Europeans were, by an order of magnitude, 3 times against the Americans and twice against the Europeans. So we have a major efficiency component to our development structure and our energy development structure also that is absolutely important to keep in mind. But that still ends up with 2.5 times growth in energy, right? If you then come back and break the electrification component of that, right? Of course, the electrification component is 3 times that growth, and up to 4 times that growth if you really take into account data centers, possibly desalination, and other solutions that we will need to be able to accommodate, roughly 1.8 billion people. The ranges can be anywhere from 1.5 to 1.8. Yeah, and all of their basic needs from an electricity, energy, and water point of view. Yeah, so that gives you an order of magnitude in terms of what that means from a demand side growth point of view. So your other question, sorry, was linked to the
lithium ion part of it and the associated impact on the geo part, on the climate portion.
I think the lithium ion is a great question. I think it is absolutely concentrated in a few different hands, and we are, what the concern I think largely is that we're creating the OPEC or the LPEC of the future, right? And that has, since the 1970s caused a tremendous amount of challenge and concern in terms of what that meant in terms of it shaped geopolitics and continues to shape geopolitics today. I mean, there is a reason why, why the Russian president chooses to, go after Ukraine, or why Trump says, drill, drill, drill. It's not necessarily just economics, right? It is about power, influence, and the status and all that's there.
Sorry, not intending to extend more. The quick last
point. We'll take it offline. Like, I mean, sorry, the time. I want to keep the time, and give it back to the, organizers as well. There are people in my team who are like very strict on this. Thank you so much, Nitin. This has been supremely useful. I'm sure a lot of people might want to speak, so I'll request you to stay back for at least the few sessions and the next tea break.
Sure, I'll be around. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, Vishnu. With all that context on climate and what is happening in the energy space, I'd like to introduce our next set of TED Talks that will happen on the theme of energy and climate. And inviting the first speaker on stage would be, we'll be covering the topic of nuclear fusion. Now, this is Dr. Praveen Kini has lived his life as an entrepreneur and has specialized in pursuing these pursuits which have strong market opportunities and have a deep technological impact. And in that regard, his journey into nuclear fusion does not seem also all that unnatural. Nuclear fusion is considered the holy grail of energy generation, and as the one-stop solution which can solve for our ever-increasing energy demands. We have a chance to build fusion technology from India, and Praveen Kini and his team at Anubal Fusion are leading the way. And I'd like to invite Praveen Kini on stage to talk about the vision of Anubal and how we can have a more nuclear positive future.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So, thank you all. And before I start, let me explain why fusion and what we call as abundant energy. Now, the word abundant energy is a very common word to be used, but in context of what I'm speaking today is an abundant energy which is economically feasible and environmentally friendly. Economically feasible means it becomes so abundant that we are able to do things which is unimaginable. That is what an energy is. So there was a famous Russian cosmologist, and he had divided the civilizations into civilization 0, 1, 2, and 3. Forget 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is very different. 0 is amount of energy we are still utilizing within our planet. And civilization 1 is all the energy from the planet. That is what we are. We are still at 0. So we have a lot of miles to go for the humanity to progress and to become what is we called as abundant civilization. So to become an civilization 1, forget about 2, 3, just to become civilization 1, we need a place where we can get what we call as abundant energy. So let's look at it from 3 different aspects: space exploration, advanced mobility, supercomputers. Those are all esoteric areas. Let's look at simple things like clean environment. Now, clean environment requires, first of all, waste management, solid waste, and what we call as simple solid waste management. We have, if you go through Delhi, you will see mountains of solid waste which is happening there. Now, how do we get rid of it? How do I get rid of water shortage? Now, that is only possible when energy is sufficiently cheap and environmentally friendly. You can use technologies like plasma incinerator and completely remove the waste management. You can convert deserts into beautiful gardens by using desalination, but all this requires energy. So that is where we are, and advanced manufacturing. Advanced manufacturing is not just making machines and things like that, but we can also make like you remember this famous Star Trek, one of these pictures where you press the button, immediately from first principles you get the food. So that requires again energy. So all these is possible. Possibilities are endless when energy is cheap. So how do I work on it? We are currently, from that perspective, like what Nitin was saying, where is the demand? This is where the demand is. Currently, we are energy deficit if you want to reach an abundant energy. So if you look at it from a classical energy demand, what we are currently doing as a type 0 civilization, we are still going ahead. We are trying to double our energy. We are trying to, but if you look at a super abundant energy source, we would require 10 times or maybe 1,000 times more energy, which is not sufficient, which is not possible. So we are so much dependent on fossil fuels. Most of it is carbon dioxide positive. It causes climate change. So we need energy which is non-carbon dependent, which is, first of all, reduce the carbon emission plus mitigate whatever is already happening. We are working towards a point where the global emissions have doubled. So all these factors are coming closer and closer together that we have an urgency today to find a solution which will solve our energy problem, solve our carbon problem. So what are the challenges? So there is a challenge here, plus it's an opportunity. The opportunity is, can we find a solution which is neither carbon emitting, plus is scalable and can reach our final goal of being a type 1 civilization. A type 1 civilization for which the answer is fusion energy. Now, this is a classical answer which has been given to all of us past 70 years. The fusion has always been a good solution, but 30 years away. Always everybody has been talking about it as if it's 30 years away. But something has changed. In the last 5 years, something has changed. That is what we are trying to achieve, as Anubal has been trying to work towards. And what has changed in the last particular years, in the last 5 years, what has changed? Earlier, it was in a very different world altogether, but today, in the last 5 years, we have supercomputing, high energy lasers, and superconductors, which have accelerated the timelines for making fusion energy possible. It's happening. And what has happened is, in the last 5-10 years, the number of fusion companies have exploded worldwide. Over $10 billion have already been invested in 5 to 10 years. So there's something happening. So I will come to that a little later. But what I'm trying to tell you is this acceleration towards the fusion has started. And so where is India's answer to this? So what we are trying to do is, within India, we are trying to find out a way where we can leverage high energy lasers to achieve commercial scale fusion. Let me explain that a little better to you all. So what we do is, we have used, see, there are 3 different varieties of fusion. One is what the natural fusion is, what we call as through the gravity. That's what stars do. Stars use gravity to confine the elements together and the fusion reaction takes place. So that's what the stars do. On Earth, what we are trying to do is we use magnets, supermagnets, to bring the energy to bring the molecules together or the atoms together and make the fusion happen. That is what we call as the original technology, which is the tokamak technology, which has been going on for the last 20, 30, 40 years. And then we have the third methodology, the third technology, is what we call as inertial confinement fusion. This is where it gets interesting, because we use lasers there, while in the earlier one we use magnets, and that used enormous amount of capex. You have ITER, International Thermonuclear Reactor, which used $30 billion, and still there's nowhere in sight where energy can be got to. But with the laser, in the last 5-10 years, they have really started working on it, and you have National Ignition Facility, which is in the United States. They have achieved far better results than the magnetic system in the last 70 years. So this is where the lasers are working on. And we are trying to utilize that particular technology. And instead of using 200 lasers to make that energy happen, we are using a single laser. And the single laser is a petawatt laser. That is 10 to the power of 15. And this is the technology we are trying to utilize. And if you try to look at all the various methodologies which are used in energy production, you will find non-thermal ICF, which is what we are trying to do, has got the best possible ROI and probably the lowest capex cost. So what we do? So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to break it up into 3 different phases. We are trying to use the existing public infrastructure, which the Indian government has already invested in. So Indian government has got a petawatt laser. We are working very closely with Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, TIFR. In Hyderabad, they have got this. And a petawatt laser, they have invested about 1,000 crores into that facility. We are also working with their computational facility. So typical computational facility, that is high power computational facility, is about 100 crores or 150 crores. We are using that because we need to simulate our experiments. Before we even start the experiment, we have to simulate it. So next 1-2 years, we are going to be really working very closely with our academic partners to simulate it. Once we simulate it, we run the experiments at the petawatt laser systems in Hyderabad. And this experiments will be couple of iterations will be going on. And once the iterations finalize, then we go into a commercial venture. So these are the 3 phases we have. So we have the simulation, experiment, and then the commercial reactor. This is the promise Anubal wants to do, go forward with it. And we are using what we call as the technology which we use is hydrogen boron fusion. See, normally the fusion which is used is DT fusion. That is an isotope of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium, which is what the stars have been using. And we are not using that. We are using hydrogen boron fusion. That is the technology we are using, and which works very well because it works with the petawatt laser. And there are already companies worldwide who have been doing exactly this. So there's an Australian company which has started, a German company which has started, and it's all there because a petawatt system is available. Earlier, petawatt system was just not available. Only because petawatt system is available, this particular technology is happening. So we are trying to leapfrog what the earlier technologies have been trying. We are leapfrogging from a magnetic system to a laser system. And this is capex light compared to the large, older systems, which is very capex hungry, which, an ICF, that's internal combustion fusion, inertial confinement fusion, is about 20 to 30% of a magnetic confinement fusion. So, okay, as we do that, we also have an intermediate points of view where we do spin-offs of whatever we are trying to do in the plasma area. So as electricity, of course, is our ultimate goal, but we have to survive. So what are the survival techniques? What are the various monetizable techniques we can do? We are trying to develop plasma incinerators so the waste management can be done. We are trying to develop a technology where fertilizer can be produced on site for small farmers using plasma technology. Third is we are trying to develop a replacement for cyclotron, which is typically used in making of these molecular probes in oncology world. So these are the two or three things we are trying to develop as a monetizable tool, intermediate monetizable tool, before we make the final product called the electricity. So we are not the only fellows who are doing it. So you can see the range of companies which have already started betting on fusion in big way. And more people are coming in. And as soon as, Vishesh put out that we are a fusion company, I have been getting calls from all over the world. People saying, can we come in? So that means there is some kind of buzz going around in fusion. So that's something interesting. And so to end it, so what we are trying to do is with fusion, we hopefully would like to create a sun on earth. That is what the theme of this whole program has been. My talk has been. Thank you. So any questions?
Could we take questions off stage?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kini.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kini, for walking us through the vision of nuclear fusion and what is specifically being done at Anubal. Our next session will be by Apurv Shaligram of Eternal Energy. Apurv has lived most of his adult life thinking about batteries, working on batteries, building batteries. And in the age of electric mobility today, Apurv and the team at Eternal are fundamentally reimagining how cells are being built. And to walk us through what this new cell technology is, let me invite Apurv on stage.
This is forward. Okay, cool.
Hello, everyone. It's rather difficult to follow up a presentation on nuclear fusion with batteries, but I'll try my best. I'll try my best to answer some of the questions that have also been posed on batteries earlier. There are a few terms that we have heard over the course of the day today. Energy transition was one of them. Everyone's been talking about the future. I'll just take you down a brief trip down history. So the first automobile was made in 1886. It was one of the monumental moments in human history. It took 14 years to mass manufacture it. The first mass manufactured automobile came on the streets of New York in the year 1900. It took just 13 years for it to sweep through the competition, which was horse-drawn carriages. Something much closer to current times, something similar happened with mobile phones. The first mobile phone in India, a feature phone, came in the year 1995. Well, there's some confusion whether it was 1995 or 1996, but it doesn't matter. The first smartphone happened in the year 2008. Again, a period of 13 years. But in the next 8 years, the smartphone actually managed to, completely overpower the previous generation. The reason why I gave these examples is because we need to understand, something that transitions are inherently very similar. It does not matter what product it is, they have very similar progressions, very similar timelines. And what also goes unsaid is transitions don't drive themselves, we have to drive them with change and innovation. So if we have to drive this transition to sustainable mobility, whether it is electric vehicles on road today, or maybe in the future in the skies. Now, is Dr. Satya here? I would have preferred to put the E-plane over here, but I didn't have a good picture. So we need to understand, what was that change that drove the transition to smartphones? Maybe we can find some lessons for electric mobility. So what changed with smartphones? Obviously, smartphones had so many things packed into a single device. People obviously loved it. And they became affordable over the course of time. So again, another positive factor towards the transition. But it was not all positive. It was a bit negative, as in we started charging phones much faster. Instead of once a week, we started going more than once a day, and battery life dropped. The battery had to improve, battery technology had to improve for the smartphones to actually succeed. And we can expect something very similar for electric vehicles. Today's battery technology comes with inherent trade-offs. We have, either we have energy or we have power. Either we have fast charging or we have life, fast charging or safety. If the transition to sustainable mobility has to be completed, we need batteries that have unconditional performance. We need battery technology that has unconditional life. So at this point, I would like to introduce ourselves. So we are Eternal Energy. We are building battery cells in India, for India, then for the world. And we are doing it with a unique three-dimensional architecture for batteries. Eternal was founded by me and my long-term friend, colleague, and now co-founder, Dr. Uttam Sen. Uttam's in the audience today. We built the first setup in India for making pouch cell fabrication facilities. We set up the first cylindrical cell fabrication facility. This was in 2016, and built the first NMC graphite cells in the cylindrical form that outperformed every single commercial state-of-the-art cell back in 2019. So after a brief hiatus, in 2021 we got together. This was after the second wave of COVID. And we started talking about this dream that we want to make batteries that do not die at all. A battery that is eternal, and hence the name. So coming back to those trade-offs, what causes those trade-offs? What we found was that it had got to do with how the battery cells were constructed, how they were designed. If we open the cylindrical cell, what we find is that the electrode stack was in form of a roll. It was a thin layer of electrodes, which was wound up in form of a jelly roll of sorts. So we have this stack, which we have a separator followed by an anode, then another separator followed by the cathode. And these anodes and cathodes are coated on both sides of a very thin beaten copper and aluminum foil. If we unroll it completely, our current actually flows through the complete length of these foils, the copper and aluminum foils. Now, the bigger I want my cell to be, the longer my roll will be, the more resistance I have, more heat I have. And this heat is the reason for all the trade-offs that we are having in batteries. So if we want cells that do not die, we need cells that do not heat. And for that, we actually need to completely reimagine the cell design. So again, a quick short trip down memory lane. In high school, we were taught that a battery cell is an anode and a cathode. It has a separator which insulates the two, and we have some electrolyte. But lithium-ion cell designs are very complicated. Why can't we simplify it down all the way down to just an anode and a cathode with a separator in between? So there are, of course, we have some limitations, we have some constraints in the physics and chemistry of batteries. But to overcome that, we came up with this architecture, which was a nature-inspired honeycomb for the anode. And in parallel, we went with cathodes, which were an equivalent, which was an array of pins that would interlock into the anode. Then we need a three-dimensional separator as well. What we do is, if we build a stack this way, we have certain advantages. My current is now flowing from the bottom to the top in a straight line. It's distributed all over the cell, which means my heat generation is actually reduced at source. If my cell is not heating, it's going to last much longer. I can push in a lot more current, I can charge a lot faster. So I can actually get like a 15-minute fast charge or even lesser, while still having 2x longer life at the same time. Again, we don't have any metal foils in it, no aluminum foils, no copper foils in the design, which means my weight actually goes down. I'm not changing the chemistry. This design is chemistry agnostic, and I'm still improving the energy density by reducing the dead mass. So all of that is there, but again, this was a concept. No one in the world had done this at any reasonable scale. The largest that any lab had made was at a millimeter cube level. And we were trying to build this at hundreds of centimeter cubes. So there's a disadvantage and an advantage when you're the first ones to do something. The disadvantage is that no one has done this before. There's no process, there's no machines, there's no infrastructure to actually build it. The advantage is we have complete freedom to build it the way we want to. So we had to start by building machines. This was all the way from conceptualizing the mechanism of the machines. Like, what kind of a machine would I have to build to make these very fine, minute, three-dimensional structures? And then go on to build those machines, automate them, and finally bring it up to some sort of an industrial solution. So we went ahead and started building machines for each of the individual processes we required. And here we are today. So we have built individual machines for each of the different processes required for making the anodes, the cathodes, the separators, and so on. Then we had to come up with the process. Again, we are not changing chemistry. We are starting with the same raw materials, which come in powder forms. These are ceramics. We came up with a process that could convert these ceramics into a very moldable clay. And then shaping these clays into these very precise, defect-free anodes and cathodes in the three-dimensional architectures. Putting together a thin layer of another ceramic separator in between the anode and the cathode. So this had to be put across the entire three-dimensional surface of the anode. And then putting it all together, integrating it into a full stack. So from the raw concept that we had all the way to the full stacks and the working cell, it's taken us 18 months to completely reinvent the cell manufacturing process. This is a much shorter process, a more compact manufacturing setup that would be required. The energy consumption in the cell actually goes down. But then, great manufacturing, cells that maybe last much longer. The discussion is not completed until we are talking about battery safety, fire safety. So batteries have this fire safety mechanism, which is often called as a thermal runway, where one cell catches fire and then it cascades across the entire battery pack. The first cell might catch fire because of any number of reasons. The second, the third, the fourth, and all the cascading cells, They fail because of a single reason, that is the failure of the separator that goes into the cell. So we wanted to compare how our ceramic separator technology would stack up against the commercial polyethylene, polypropylene membranes. So on the right-hand side, we have a conventional electrode with a polypropylene membrane. On the left-hand side, we have the same electrode, but with our ceramic separators. And we wanted to heat it up, so we took a blowtorch to it, a butane torch, just to see what happens. This is the reason why conventional cells catch fire. Whereas if you see on the left-hand side, our separator was completely safe. It was thermally stable, it was mechanically stable. It doesn't even burn. So just take one more look at it, this time in slow motion. It's almost instantaneous, the failure. And we believe that with this separator technology coupled with the three-dimensional architecture, we have the final piece of the puzzle to make batteries not just everlasting, but absolutely safe. So at this point, I would like to close it. I'd like to give you a sneak peek at the lab facility that we have built over the last 1.5 years, and take the time to thank everyone who stood by us in the journey, our advisors, mentors, angel investors, VC partners, Speciale. A huge shout out to Sunil and Vishesh. They have actually walked the journey with us, been there through the tough times. I mean, hardware is called hardware for a reason. And we often did have times when we actually had hit dead ends, but they were there. It's thanks to them that we could actually complete this journey. And then one other, my brilliant team, this team of 26 engineers and scientists, some of the best that I've had the opportunity to work with. I mean, their incessant hard work and that dogged determination, that's what actually has converted this crazy idea that we had into a real technology. So I hope you guys were not bored by it, and thank you so much for being a patient audience.
Thanks, Apur. Thank you. Apur was being a little too humble. I think just about 6 days ago, the first cell that they made actually worked, and it ran for a few cycles. So baby steps, but this works. This is not on paper, this works. Moving on, I think we've looked at fusion, we've looked at batteries, we look at water. We all look up at the sky, and when we look up at the sky, we hope that it rains, the water falls from the sky. Maybe not today, until all of you reach home safely. But when Swapnil and the team at Uravu look up at the sky, they try to extract the water from it. Swapnil and his team at Uravu are making water from air. Water is the one common equalizer for all of us. Uravu is for all of us. Swapnil to present the vision of Uravu.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Went a bit ahead. Okay, so the year is 2016. Me and one of my co-founders, Venkatesh, we are students at NIT Calicut, and our campus, which is 25 kilometers from the city, runs out of water. The reason is there's no municipal water supply. There's just a nearby river through which water was treated and supplied to our campus. And then we had to call these water tankers. And each of us just were rationed 2 to 3 buckets per day. This is in 2016. Next year, I had the chance to work with a non-profit from Canada, and we traveled across regions in India, especially in Gujarat, Rajasthan, and belts in North Maharashtra. And there again, this is a picture from Rann of Kutch, where the groundwater is so saline that they used to pump it and then evaporate it to form salt. And they had no other water source. The only water source was a water tanker which used to come every week or so, store water, and then they were using that. So we again saw firsthand, how water excess was such a hard problem for many of us. And then while there are many data points, which tell how water shortages are becoming critical, one fact which is, stands out is by 2030, there'll be almost 40% gap in supply and demand when it comes to freshwater sources. And majority of it is going to come from homes and industries. And if you look at the fundamental problem today is how the supply chain of water works. We source water either from sources like lakes, rivers, could be even desalination. We treat it to get to a very high quality, which we can consume for industries, agriculture, and for drinking. And then finally, you distribute it across pipes. Could be 10 kilometers, could be even hundreds of kilometers. And that's where this system has supported us for almost 1,000+ years. Romans were the first to come up with aqueducts, which was transporting water. But then this is not the kind of infrastructure we think would support us well into the future. So how do we really leapfrog from what we have today to something completely game-changing and revolutionary, where you don't have to rely on any source, you can tap it anywhere and everywhere. You don't have to treat it because the quality will be so good that you can use it directly. And because it's made nearby you or almost at point of source, there's no distribution. So basically shrinking the whole supply chain to a single point instead of following source, treat, and distribute. So we took inspiration from Star Wars. I'm a big Star Wars fan. And in Star Wars universe, there are these moisture evaporators, which used to tap into water. And this was used by a lot of farmers for drinking, so that you can have access to water everywhere. So that's what we do at Uravu. We make water from air at scale. Air has almost 6 times more water than all the world's rivers combined. So there's a huge amount of water present in the air. And the best part is all this water vapor replenishes in less than 10 days. So it's not a cycle where I'm extracting water and there's no water to refill again. In just 8 to 10 days, all this water replenishes naturally because of constant evaporation happening from plants, from surface bodies, and many other sources, and constant condensation happening as well. So just to give you context, we are in Chennai. The Chennai main municipal metro area is about 426 square kilometers. There's almost 1 billion liters of water present in air at any given point. There's an atmospheric river all around us. Now, how do you tap it and affordably and at scale is the challenge. So to really propel us into that future, the technology stack also has to match that ambition. The conventional technology used here is very similar to an air conditioner, where you just condense the moisture, and some of that will convert to water. But that's very inefficient, and while your initial capex is much lower, your operating cost could be very high, from anywhere from 4 rupees to even 10 rupees per liter. And the performance drastically drops in non-humid or non-coastal areas. So we use something called as desiccants. Desiccants are materials which readily absorb moisture from the air. And we built our stack way back in 2018 when we used silica gel, which is a very common occurring solid desiccant, and we coupled it with a solar thermal panel and used it to generate water. We were also finalists in X Prize back in 2018, and that actually started our journey to really work on this full time and scale this. Then we continued our journey. In 2021, I had the great opportunity to connect with Vishesh and Arjun, and it was second wave of COVID, and we had just started to look at how can we further work on our journey and take this forward. So I met Speciale team, and they were very eager to come support us in our journey very early on. And I also remember 6 months down the lane, we went to the Speciale team and said, solid desiccants are not working. We might have to shift to something. And we shifted to liquid desiccants because that's what would enable us to really scale it to an industrial size. So now we have scaled it to 4,000 liters per day. When Speciale team invested, we were at 5 liters per day in 2021. It's the 800x scaling. And this is the largest of its kind system, as far as I know, in Asia. And we have been running it for almost 18 months now. And there were many applications which are possible with water. It's such a fundamental molecule. But as a startup, we have to also find commercial pit stops where one stack has built, how do you monetize it? Then you move on to the next stage. So the first application we started in the consumer space. All the water you're drinking today is from air, coming from our technology from Bangalore. And we work mostly with hotels, restaurants. 2 weeks back, we sold our 1 millionth bottle. So in the last 15 months, we have had this achievement to sold almost 1 million bottles. And the idea here is that customers are really understanding the value addition they are getting. So it's not just sustainable water. There's no wastage. There's also better taste. We almost have 80 plus customers, and we have saved 1.5 million liters of groundwater. So all that water which could have otherwise gone wasted and extracted from ground, now it's coming directly from there. But how does the future look like for us? Is it that we are going to have this upper limit where most climate technologies are not going to scale beyond? And I think a person from Shell was also talking about how a lot of these technologies don't scale and become affordable. And water being such a, I would say, a commodity at the end of the day, needs to be used everywhere, and cost is so fundamental. I'm very happy to publicly also announce that we recently reached 100 watt-hour per liter, which is achieving 1 rupee per liter in operating cost. So this is some achievement we have been working on really hard for some time, and we hope to scale this from next year through on-site installations, where our machines will be able to serve specifically this high-quality water for a lot of processes like pharmaceuticals, distilleries, as well as for drinking water. And this was 1 rupee per liter is with electricity. You can even tap into waste heat, especially 60 to 65 degree temperature waste heat from industries, and even bring this cost down to just 30 to 50 paise per liter. So we started with consumer in 2023. We're looking at commercial applications where we're looking at 500 to 50,000 liter per day installations from starting next year, and then finally looking at very large capacity industrial applications beyond 2027. And a second product, which is we call as Tatooine. Its first project we've got is with Taka, which is going to Abu Dhabi in a few months' time. It's going to be fully solar-powered device. And this is how we envision that Tatooine this modular technology will form the core of any kind of application that we want, be it in consumer space, be it for commercial installations, be it for communities, or even institutions like hospitals and schools. And this is what we plan for industrial scale. We call it Atlantis. This will be modular designs of 50,000 liters per day up to 1 million liters per day, powered mostly by waste heat. And some of the sunrise sectors we are looking at are hydrogen production, where you need ultra-pure water for electrolysis, as well as AI-based data centers, where again there's a lot of waste heat and you require water for cooling. So it could serve a dual purpose where we reuse the waste heat, also produce water on site for both cooling and other requirements. So this is how our journey has been, and how does the future look like for us. And one of the very inspiring figure for us is Buckminster Fuller, and a futurist thinker. And 50 years back, he said, he came up with one quote where he says, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality, and to change something, build a new model that makes the existing one obsolete." And that's how we really think about at Uravu. And I hope all of you also celebrate that by saving water and drinking air. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Swapnil. The bottles on your tables are all powered by Uravu water extracted from air. And today they're present in 80 plus restaurants in Bangalore. We've come to this state at this point of time where a lot of people send us pictures saying that, hey, I found an Uravu bottle and the water tasted great. So kudos to the team for coming here all this long to this particular scale. Our next session will be a fireside chat with Rhythm Desai, Managing Director of Morgan Stanley in India, and hosted by Vishesh Rajaram. And we'll be talking on the theme of India 2030.
I'll sit on this side. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being patient with us. Of course, this is the keynote, and then we'll, of course, break for cocktails and dinner. Of course, Rhythmji needs no introduction, but he's a managing director at Morgan Stanley. He's been at Morgan Stanley for 26 years. He also heads the Morgan Stanley India research team, which is a top-ranked research team in the country. But I should actually thank Mr. Govind Parekh. I think he's somewhere here in the audience because
Very much
I got to meet Mr. Rhythm because a 1 hour slot of his opened up when he was visiting Chennai about 9 months ago. And I think that meeting possibly helped us find one of the biggest champions for science and tech. And there's never been looking back for us since then with Mr. Rhythm. And I'm going to anchor a lot of the discussion around just your vantage point of having looked at India for 30 years, right? And at least speaking for myself, I hadn't even been in the economic workforce by then. So given that you've actually had the front seat view to India's transformation since the 90s, what was India like back then? And if you can give us some view.
Vishesh, everybody complains about how slow the traffic is, how much time they have to spend at the airports, and the infrastructure is bad. But what happens is that the human brain, the way it works, it tends to actually lose long-term memory in a particular way, which is that we only remember specific events. The fact is that in 1990, when I started my career in the capital markets, everything in India was controlled by the government. Okay, so take the case of cement. It's my most used example. The price of cement, who could buy cement, how much you could produce, where you could produce it, where you could sell it, the limestone. Everything was determined by the government. Okay, and of course we had this seminal moment, and a lot of people in this audience will not know, but that day should be etched in everybody's memory. It is the evening of 1st August 1990. Okay, so I don't know how many of you in this audience has seen the movie Airlift, Akshay Kumar movie, but that movie is about that incident. So on the evening of 1st August 1990, in his wisdom, Saddam Hussein decided to attack Kuwait. And when he did that, the prices of oil doubled in that month. Now, India's balance of payments were already on the edge. We had a mismanaged economy from a while actually preceding that, and we could not tolerate this rise in oil prices, and we fell. We had a BOP crisis. And then the next government had to go knocking on the doors of IMF, and everything changed in India after that. Because for those $200 million that the IMF was going to pay us, they asked us to basically turn upside down. So we had to decontrol prices, we had to decontrol production, we had to decontrol resources, we had to deregulate the capital markets. Capital controllers of India, Govind Bhai will remember, was abolished. We had to devalue the currency and then also, release it from a pegged situation. So everything changed in 91, 92. And at that time, I was still very young and I thought this has to be India's moment in manufacturing, but it didn't happen. 32 years later, India's share of manufacturing GDP has declined from where it was in 92. So this is quite interesting. And now in hindsight, I'm able to explain it, which is that the three reasons why manufacturing never took off, despite the fact that the government released all controls on manufacturing, is because A, taxes were too high, B, the infrastructure remained woeful, and therefore the cost was high. And I remember I used to be a steel analyst in the 90s. There was a joke that we had that it was cheaper to import steel from the CIS or Russia than to bring it from Jamshedpur to Mumbai. Because the cost of bringing it over that 1600 kilometer distance from Tata Steel to Mumbai was a lot higher than it took to bring it from Russia. In fact, it took shorter time also because our trains used to travel so slowly. So I'll digress a bit. In 2015, we had written a report on the Indian railways. You know, the average speed of a cargo train in India was 20 kilometers an hour. You could cycle faster. So have things changed? Oh my God, don't even talk about it, because today trains travel at, cargo trains travel at 40 kilometers an hour. That is double the speed. They need to be at 80, which is what the railway minister has told me it will happen in the next 3-4 years. With all the electrification that is happening, the trains will be much faster. But India has changed dramatically. It will be an understatement. I'll give you one last pointer. So we've been hosting, and Vishesh kindly agreed to be part of that investor event. So we've been doing an investor event now in India for 27 years, as long as I have been in the firm. And he attended the last one in June. And I used to write a book in preparation of that event, which I have now stopped doing. I remember in 2003, when I wrote the preface to the book, India's market capitalization was $100 billion. So let's not even talk about change. It is a dramatic change, nothing short of dramatic. Do more things need to happen? Of course, more things need to happen, but let us not underestimate how much India has transformed in the last 30 years.
Thank you so much. I know during the Vidyut Bharat launch, you made a very interesting statement. You said a lot of science and discovery that this world has seen has come from this geographical location, which of course is now called India. I think in the last 30 years, there have been a few foundations for science and tech that have been built. In your view, what were some of those key decisions that were made, be it ISRO or be it Department of Science? What were some of these key pivotal decisions that happened in those 20, 30 years that has at least led us to be where we are today? Of course, one can flip around and say it's not enough, but it's still half glass full, right? And what were things that happened that got us to where we are today, positively?
Vishesh, I don't think I can comprehensively list these things, but the formation of the IITs, I think, has to be a critical decision. The Indian Institute of Science was a critical decision. ISRO, of course, was critical. I think what Vikram Sarabhai did was important. What Homi Bhabha did was important. If you have not watched it, do see Rocket Boys on Netflix. Very 12 episode serial, which I thought was very entertaining. Not necessarily all factual, but certainly very entertaining. So I think there have been a lot of moments which span across the past 75 years. I think in the last 10 or 12 years, the most important thing was obviously Aadhaar. And the most important meeting that may have happened in this country was the one that happened between the Prime Minister and Nandan Nilekani. Because, people may not know, but the incoming government in 2014 was about to scrap Aadhaar. And Nandan has, of course, written about this in his book now. But I knew it before he had written about his book. He reached out to the Prime Minister, sought a meeting, and did get a meeting, and in those 45 minutes convinced him that Aadhaar should not be scrapped. And I think we leapfrogged our per capita income in a way in which no country in the history of the world has. And that, I think, is what happened with respect. So, yeah, many things, but the most recent change, I think we have got to give it to Aadhaar and India Stack, therefore. Somebody in one of my coffee conversations said that government has played a very big role, but Aadhaar is a private sector project. It wasn't a government project. Yes, of course, the government executed extremely well. And when the Prime Minister left that meeting with Nandan, and I had spoken to the UIDA chairman of that time, he went to the UIDA the next day and he said, I want all Indians enrolled in the next 1 year. Any amount of money you want, you have to dial the Prime Minister's office. And then he was again at that office, I think 3 times in 1 week. And the chairman told me that the outgoing Prime Minister, who had seeded Aadhaar in 2009, had not even come to his office once. So they got the message, and then, of course, we know what happened after that.
I'm just shifting lanes a little bit into entrepreneurship. Again, from your lens, from when you've been tracking the country, how has entrepreneurship evolved? Any stories of entrepreneurs that have made a big difference to the nation and to foster more entrepreneurship coming out?
So I think this country has always had entrepreneurs, people who are willing to take risks. They were impeded by government policy of the 50s, 60s, 70s. I think coming out of colonial rule, our then leadership was very afraid of private sector because it felt, and of foreigners, because it felt it will get recolonized. And therefore, the wisdom of the day was, and we can of course sit today and criticize that, but at any point in history, it's very hard to actually know what was precisely going in the minds of the then leaders. But their wisdom was that India should government should make everything from a pin to an aeroplane. Now in hindsight, we can say, oh, that was a terrible decision, but it did, I think, stall the growth of entrepreneurs. However, it still didn't, and a lot of people will say, oh, but the change now is that a lot of first generation people, like the ones who have been on the stage today, all first generation entrepreneurs who have no background, they have no father or mother or no uncle in the business, no connections, just creating things from scratch is a recent phenomena. And I keep reminding such people that Dhirubhai Ambani was filling gas. First generation entrepreneur, it wasn't easy for him, it was very hard. But I think there is that, what I say in some of my written research, we are hardwired to do business as a nation, as a culture, as a society, which is why we ran the world for many, many centuries. It wasn't like, I think India was actually running business, and I'm reading this book, The Golden Road by William Dalrymple, and he has come up with a lot of evidence which suggested that the monsoon winds decided the flow of trade in the centuries gone by between 500 BC and 1500 AD. Okay, the 2000 years when India dominated global trade. So I think it's there somewhere in our blood. I have somehow missed that opportunity. I was at the Indore IIM convocation thanks to Murugappan sir, and one of the things I said there to the students is that you may want to leave the premises of this institute and start your venture. In case you don't have the gumption to do that like me, then you can at least invest in the stock markets, because then you can own some other businesses. But owning a business is the only way to becoming wealthy. So yeah, and all of the people here don't need that advice, but I do give that advice to students. So entrepreneurship, I think, runs in our blood.
Just flipping to another topic, and many times when we meet people and we talk about science and tech from India, there's always a question that's lingering, that can you really build something global from here? And your thoughts on that, and maybe a hindsight view on times where we build things for the other parts of the world from here. I know your case in point about trade also shows that we were sending things from here to other parts of the world, but just our ability to globally compete and deliver.
So I think that is already happening. I mean, each one of the businesses that we saw today are capable of creating global disruption if they succeed. So I think the journey from 0 to 1 is completing for a lot of these businesses, right? And now from 1 to 100 is when they will become global disruptors. So I don't see that as a problem anymore. The thing that I should highlight to this audience is that it doesn't happen in countries. If you look at economic history of nations, at $2,500 per capita income, such a seminar should not be happening. And I don't think this audience appreciates that, which is why I told you on the sideline that we have missed the plot here. We should have government sitting here, because I don't think Delhi knows that India is doing all of this. They don't know this. And it is useful to have the government here, because then the government knows that we are probably still far too behind on policy. It's a question I asked Dev Jani for this very specific reason, that Delhi should get a message. But this is not something that should be happening in a $2,500 economy. So the fact is that India is already ahead of its economic situation. And we will disrupt the world. I think Aadhaar, and Nandan has told me this, that there are 50 countries that are trying to mimic Aadhaar. And Aadhaar is open source. Nandan hates Apple because of that. He likes open source. Everybody should have access, right? So I think we do have the capacity, and we are doing that in many areas, and we'll continue to do that.
Lovely. I want to make sure that there's enough time for Q&A. I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to pause, open it up to see if you may have any questions that you may want to.
Yes.
Can we also have the mics up, please?
Yeah. Hello, Rhythm. Manish here. So, as Vishesh was saying that you are a tech enthusiast, we know you from stock market. My background is also that. But what, according to you, as you have written that report of 10 years or 2030 India, amazing report, but that was on a different whole spectrum of India where we can be. But if you have to pick one or two technologies which you feel in 10 years, if we are able to crack, and it can change how we live, and it can change India beyond our imagination. Like, we can be current account, surplus economy, anything. If you have anything in your mind, your wish list.
I think this is a very good question. So the first thing and the most important thing that we'll need to crack is energy. And I was telling that to Nitin after his session, that this was a very critical session. So India's energy consumption today, and I'll make it easy for everybody to understand because exajoules, joules, these are very abstract things, is 800 watts per person per day. That's 10 times the amount of light that is, streaming into my eyes here, because this must be actually more than, this must be 2,000 watts or something, so maybe 2.5 times. So 800 watts, okay? Now the comparable number in the United States of America is 9,000 watts, okay? And you'd wonder, and this is ex-food, by the way, food is separate, okay? I'll come to food in a moment. So the journey from 800 to 9,000 is going to happen in this country. Maybe it doesn't go all the way to 9,000 because Nitin made a very good point about efficiency. So maybe we will not go to 9, we'll finish our journey at 5 because we'll be far more efficient in our energy consumption. So we will not spend as much as the Americans do today. By the way, 9,000 watts of energy is what a 30-ton primate would eat in a single day. There are no 30-ton primates. That's about 6 African elephants, male elephants in the jungle. That's the amount of energy a single person in America consumes on a daily basis. So the energy requirement of this country is going to skyrocket. And if we are able to solve for this, we will surprise ourselves and the world. So I think energy is very critical. And this last session, therefore, I think is probably the most important thing. I know everybody talks AI, but to my mind, actually, it's energy. AI comes a little lower in the pecking order. I think if we solve that, if we can come up with, and that's why I'm going to have a separate conversation with Nitin, because he surprised me by saying bio instead of nuclear, because I think nuclear is very scalable and should be our solution going forward. But he's the expert, so we'll have a debate around this. And then, of course, fusion, we heard fusion, and there are other areas relating to that. So that's one. I think the second thing, which is not tech-related, but is actually society-related, is that we are undergoing a transformation as a society. And tech will play a role in it, and Vishesh will figure out the entrepreneurs who are going to solve for it. And Murugappan made a bit of a brief reference to it, is our social fabric, okay? So the transition that's happening there is that our fertility rate is now falling. It is now down to 2 as a nation. It's in fact 1.6 in southern India, it's 2.4 in northern India. The average is approximately 2, it's below replacement rate. The significance of this is far-reaching, because for many, many decades, the average woman in India has been too busy raising the kids, okay, and therefore has not been participating in the workforce. And that has impeded India's progress. Labor participation in India forever was actually 50%. Because a lot of people in India don't want to work and a lot of people in India are not able to work because of this constraint. With the fertility rate going down, I think a lot of women will join the workforce. And that will be a revolutionary moment for India. Now, a lot of technology will have to be evolved in order to allow this to happen. So I think there will be technology solutions about how do you take care of the kids at home, how do you, get the woman to the workforce and all that. But that could be another thing. If we are able to do this transition, I think we will explode as a country. If these two things go well, I think my forecast will be exceeded in the next 10 years.
Thank you. Just to add to that energy thing, so the similar thing happened in Japan when they were growing exceedingly about 10% and all in 70s, how they cracked the energy part. And from there, they became, the movement of yen versus dollar in 20 years, and it did wonders for Japan. So hope India does something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So in one of your interviews, you mentioned that one unfortunate thing about India is that 50% of our workforce is in one of the most unproductive sectors, which is agriculture. And unfortunately, the farm laws didn't take place. What next can the government do to enhance productivity of this very important sector, which has 50% workforce? And what techs you feel in technology things can happen in this sector?
So it's about 40%, and they produce about 15% of output. Half of India's land mass is under agriculture, 350 million acres. If we operated at US productivity or even Chinese productivity levels, we can feed half the world. And agtechs are flourishing. It's not Vishesh's focus area, but there are other people who are funding agtechs. There's a lot of work that can be done. But the impediment is actually human, not technology. And the human impediment is that a farm, again, the wisdom of our constitution writers in the 40s was make farm a state subject. In fact, they made all factors of production state subjects, so the states have to be dealt with. And the states are not willing to change a very simple law, which is you can't sell farm to a non-farmer. So as a non-farmer, you and I cannot do farming. And therefore, farmers suffer from lack of terms of trade. Terms of trade is your ability to extract value for what you do, which is a function of the buyer's ability to pay. So today, all farmers are poor, so there are no terms of trade for farmers. If that were to be changed, if that single thing changes, which is what the farm laws were trying to do by introducing contract farming, it will revolutionize farm incomes in India. So it's less a tech issue, it's more a legal issue or more a political issue. I'm disappointed that the farm laws were not taken forward, but the good news is, and I read this in the newspapers in one of the corners there, so it's not so well advertised, but the Niti Aayog has told the Prime Minister's office that maybe we should fiscally incentivize the states to implement the farm laws, not as farm laws, but just as policy, and let each state take a decision rather than us having a sweeping change in farm laws. And hopefully 5 or 6 states start this process, and then maybe in 10 years, more states will join it.
Thank you very much.
I think while others think of, there you go, Devan.
Yeah, hi. Do you think somewhere I think probably Nitin alluded to it, do you think we end up overestimating the demand for power and underestimate the nominal impact of efficiency, which would be negative? I mean, the real requirement might be high, but the nominal might be lower because you have efficiency and innovation. Across the curve, there is efficiency and innovation, which leads to actually lowering the nominal requirement. Do you think that would be the case? Because historically also power has struggled to be at around more than 1.2 real GDP. So why should it really go crazy for the next 5 to 7 years?
No, I think the big difference between today and history is access. You see, energy is a function of access. So as you get access to energy, energy consumption goes up. And what as a nation we were suffering from was lack of access for bulk of our population. So think about this very simplistically, that most of our villages did not have electricity. So how can you consume electricity if you don't have access? The wires just didn't reach there. The cables were not there. So there were no switches. Today that problem doesn't remain so.
now access is ubiquitous. So almost 95% of our population has access to energy. They can consume it. And therefore their demand will go up because they can now use that electricity. So I think the risk is actually the opposite of what you're saying, is at least in the next 10 years, we will underestimate the energy demand. And the issue with energy is that you cannot create supply overnight, and you cannot import it. It's largely a non-tradable. So you have to create your own energy. Of course, you can import oil, but there are perils of importing oil. And oil will not solve the problem. So most of our energy will have to be, have to be produced domestically. Beyond that period, maybe efficiency gains start kicking in, and maybe as I said at the beginning, that our end demand may not match what America is today, even if we reach American per capita income, which we won't not in my lifetime, but it won't be there. It will be much lower because of efficiency gains. But I think the risk is the opposite. We'll underestimate energy and we'll be struggling a bit to play catch up. I think the government is very sensitive about this, and from whatever I see, the government is working pretty hard towards solving this problem before it becomes a problem.
Thank you. MJ, I want to bring the topic around geopolitics. Where do you see India evolving on the world stage with possibly shifting economic power and all that we keep seeing on the geopolitics side? And how has it changed from before to where we stand today?
So I'll make 3 points here. So first of all, we've been talking about this for 5-6 years. It's now a multipolar world. Okay, so if you look at the world in the last 30 years, it was largely all production in China, most of the consumption in America, it was bipolar. It's getting multipolar now. Production is going to get more dispersed. Consumption is getting more dispersed. Other countries are contributing to global growth a lot more than China and the US. India, for example, was about 3.7% of world GDP last year, but accounted for 18% of global growth. So we were almost 5 times more than our share in GDP as a contribution to growth. And this year again, will be around 20% of global growth. We are not 20% of global GDP. We're not getting there anytime soon. We're crawling towards 5% of global GDP. And this may be a recurring thing. So there is a multipolar world. That's the first thing. The second is that India's policies have completely shifted in the past few years. So gone are the days when we stood there saying we're not aligned, and we were the flag bearers of the non-aligned movement. We're now aligned. We're aligned with everybody. So we're doing business with China. That was the whole thing about getting the military problem resolved, because China has upstream manufacturing component supply, which India desperately needs to scale its manufacturing. We've heard this word ecosystem a few times today. Ecosystem basically is non-existent in India because we've not invested enough. Manufacturing has not worked. So to get downstream manufacturing going, we need to get the upstream from China. So we're starting a new relationship of pure economics with China. You will see that in the numbers in the next 18 to 24 months. Chinese imports are going to increase quite a lot. Then we have got a uranium deal with Russia so that we can fuel nuclear power plants. We've got a very different relationship with the US. It's military, economics, everything put together. We have all these FTAs, free trade agreements that are coming up. We've done one with Australia. We're trying to close the one with Europe. So India is now aligned with multiple geographies around the world like never before. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is India's position of power arises from its people. So we crossed the $2,500 per capita mark this year. And history of economics shows us that when you cross this $2,200, $2,300 mark, the amount of income that is spent on consumption of staples like roti, kapda, makan, food, clothing, shelter, tends to max out in real terms. And therefore, every extra dollar earned goes largely into discretionary consumption. For India, everything is discretionary right now, whether it is sending your kids to school, painting your home, buying a mobile phone, buying a tractor, two-wheeler. For bulk of India, everything is discretionary. So that number will go up disproportionate to the growth in GDP. So nominal GDP does 10-11%, but discretionary consumption may do 1.5 to 3 times that number depending on what subsector we are talking about. Now this makes India an extremely attractive marketplace for every multinational company in the world, okay, without exception. So next week, Schneider is doing its Global Investor Day in Hyderabad. L'Oreal is doing its Global Investor Day in Mumbai. That never happened in this country's history. Global companies are calling their investors, these are not the Indian listed entity, okay? This is the global company that is calling its investor base, say, come to India because this is where my business is. This is where my growth is. Please understand this market if you want to understand my company. You've heard that from Siemens recently. You have heard that from Apple. And you're going to hear this increasingly from many countries. So, I keep telling people that in 2022, February, when the war broke out and India decided that they could buy cheap oil from Russia, if we had done this 10 years ago, we would have already been sanctioned by America. Our economy would have been in shambles. But White House looked the other way and we bought oil from Russia. Why was that? Because businessmen in America are saying, don't mess with this country, this is our marketplace. Okay, so this is a very, very different position of power that we have versus the past. So these are the three things. It's a multipolar world. It's a world in which India is asserting itself as an ally to multiple countries, not just to one bloc. And it's our economy which is making us quite attractive to businessmen around the world, and therefore we are on the safe side of almost every political equation.
Lovely. I think there's a question out there.
Thank you. Great thoughts on multiple aspects. So this is about balance of trade. So if you look at smartphone, they're being assembled, but pretty much all the chips, 100 plus, is getting imported. Indigo has ordered 500 planes in one shot. That's the biggest. Air India is following with 300. So multiple examples of imports as India grows and the energy consumption also grows with oil imports. So how has the balance of trade evolved over the last maybe decade, and how are some of the policies, entrepreneurship, and others impacting that, and what is the right balance as we kind of grow over the next 10 years or so?
That's a very, very good question. Superb one. And this is a big change that has happened in India over the last 10 years. So our terms of trade are shifting quite dramatically. And I think we will underestimate how good they are becoming. There was a passing reference to a current account surplus. So let me just step back a bit for some of you may know this, some may not. But a current account surplus is not necessarily a positive thing, okay? It depends from how you get a current account surplus. So understand what a current account is. The current account is the gap between investment and saving. So a country has a certain amount of investment and a certain amount of saving. The gap between the two, this difference, the mathematical difference between the two is your current account. If your investments exceed your saving, then it's a current account deficit. If it's the other way around, it's a current account surplus. So when you're saving more than what you're investing, then you're running a current account surplus. That's what China does. China saves much more than its investment. It runs a surplus. America has got the opposite. It invests a lot more than its saving, so it has a current account deficit. India also runs a current account deficit. Now that deficit arises because India is not saving enough. Now, not saving enough relative to its investment rate means either it has to pay for something which it cannot make, like oil, or it consumes a lot, which is good for growth. If it's the former, which is that we have to buy something from the rest of the world which we cannot make, then it's not good for our economy. And in that context, a current account deficit is bad. But if it's because we are consuming a lot, then it's actually not such a bad thing, so far as it doesn't go out of control. Okay, so it has to be current account without a context, one cannot say whether it's good or bad. Now, what is happening in India is the terms of trade are changing. And by the way, what Vishesh is doing here is a big contributor to this, which not everybody will comprehend so quickly. Okay? Because where do your terms of trade come from? Your terms of trade come from your factors of production. You can't trade land. The only two things you can trade are, you can trade capital, you can trade entrepreneurship, and you can trade labor. Okay? Now, trading labor got very tricky because of the physical barriers that the world put up in immigration. That changed with the internet. The internet was a revolutionary moment for India because it allowed us to trade our labor over wire. Okay, everybody understands that. It was an inflection point for our terms of trade. Now our labor did not have to physically leave the country like a lot of our uncles and our relatives left in the 60s and 70s to go to America. They could just be traded on the wire. The second change happened during COVID, when the typical MNC CEO realized that it's okay to work from home. And if you're going to work from home, you're better off working in Mumbai than Florida. And suddenly there was a rush of transfer of work to India, what we now call as the global centers. It was referred to in one of the sessions. That number has gone to $65 billion, and most of that has happened in the last 4 years. So, and there is a third area in which we are trading labor, because a lot of the world is aging. Okay, so countries are running out of young workforce. We have an official agreement now with Japan to export people to run their coffee shops, to run their restaurants, to run their government services. We're about to ink a deal with Germany to export a certain number of people on a 5-year contract to run stuff in Germany. I mean, when robots come, they will come, but in the meanwhile, a lot of the world is aging, they need people. So we have managed to now, because land is fixed, so that cannot be traded, but we have started trading labor. It started with the internet, with software services, got expanded during COVID, and now is actually going into a physical domain. And of course, along the way, we exported a lot of talent. Devjani mentioned about how a lot of American companies are run by Indians, and they keep sending their income back. Okay, by the way, all these people have been sending their US incomes back to India, okay, which is what we call as remittances. So labor export from India is thriving. It is best indicated by a number that I will share with you. Our share of world GDP, as I said, is 3.7%. Our share of physical goods trade in the world is only 1.8, so it's half of our GDP. Our share of services in the world is 8%, double of our GDP. Okay? Now comes the next point, which is entrepreneurship. This is where Vishesh walks in. Okay? Entrepreneurs, what do? They basically solve problems. They solve problems with technology and ideas. Okay? You can call it technology, you can call it ideas. I think ideas is a broad-based word, and technology is a subset of ideas, right? So the US has been the leader in this sphere because of the ecosystem. Again, the word ecosystem props up, which the US has had. And they've been the leaders of ideation in the world. China is playing catch up in a dramatic fashion, and India, I think, is a silent player here. Just look at all the ideas that are there. This is all going to subserve our terms of trade, because if any one of these companies succeed, they will have global solutions on their hand. If Agnikul succeeds, it's not just, and I was talking to Sri after this, his first orders are coming from Europe, they're not coming from India. Okay, so this is another big thing that is happening. I am very hopeful that this will change our terms of trade. And finally, capital. So capital for India has always been in short supply. So we've been an importer of capital. That has changed as well. By allowing retirement funds to invest by allowing retirement funds to invest, we created a pool of domestic risk capital, which I think has altered our equation on capital. So, yeah, really long answer, but it was a very important question. I think India's terms of trade have inflected in the last 20 years, and we should be looking forward to a much more positive situation. It doesn't mean we run a current account surplus because we will still be importing energy. More critically,
most critically, our households are still very endeared to gold, and India doesn't make any gold. So I'm looking forward to Vishesh's next discovery about somebody who makes gold in the lab.
Lab-grown gold.
Yes, it's happening. Lab-grown diamonds is already happening. Now you please find out somebody who can grow gold in the lab, because then we are done. then we are done. I visited some one lab-grown diamond company in Surat, and I think we're done with diamonds. Okay, so we're not going to import diamonds. And this is also technology, so it will be seminal technology, and whoever does that will I think, create havoc in the world. And so that is, I think, a very major anchor to the story of India in the next 20, 30 years. Sorry, it was a very long-winded answer, but an important question.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I'm mindful of time. I know you have a flight to catch later in the day. So, okay, there's one question there, Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Rhythm. Your view on the Buffett indicator, market cap to GDP ratio. China is at 0.65, India is at 1.3. Either China's GDP is wrong or India is overvalued. What's your view?
No. Actually, it's the other way around. China is overvalued, India is undervalued. And no, I'll explain this. It's not a joke, it's real. The reason is because, okay, I'll step back a bit. Okay, how do you value a bond? By discounting the future coupons by your expected rate of return. A bond is a senior claim on a corporate. Equity is a junior claim. Its valuation methodology is the same. The only challenge in equities is we don't know the coupon, which is dividends, and our expected return changes every day because of psychological reasons, right? So that's why equity valuations can be as volatile as they tend to be. So now the thing is that when you try to model this, because there is no duration in equities, it's a very long duration asset class, to simplify matters, we have to use something called terminal growth. Okay? Terminal growth in China is 0. Why? Because its population has started to decline. Every month for the next 10 years and more, China will lose 1 million people from its workforce, which means at the end of the next 10 years, 120 million people would have walked out of the Chinese workforce. China drew its, called its death with the one-child policy. At the time, it looked like a very smart thing to do. In hindsight, it was a huge policy error. It's over. Chinese fertility rate is 0.9. It's been the fastest decline in fertility rate in the history of the world. Elon Musk may be somebody that we all disagree on many things, but there's one thing I agree with him, that between climate change and population is a much bigger problem for the world. By the end of this century, there'll be fewer humans than we have at the current moment. And that hasn't happened in the history of the world except for 12th century when we had a plague and human population declined, but we recovered quickly because fertility rate had not declined. Okay, so that was a temporary thing. Today it is happening because fertility rates have declined. And maybe this is another project for you, is to figure out some technology to lift fertility rate after it declines, because human beings don't know how to do it. So with fewer humans on the planet, there won't be a climate crisis. So the thing about China is terminal growth is close to 0. India still has, you can put 5%, 6%, and each one of you can do this on an Excel spreadsheet. I know Vishesh's team does this for a living. Just put 6% and put 0. At 9 times earnings, China is expensive. At 20 times earnings, India is cheap. Okay, so market cap to GDP has to be taken in that context. That doesn't mean the markets don't correct. Of course they correct, but I don't think it comes to an end so quickly because India's terminal growth is far superior than the rest of the world. Now see, again, I'm digressing a bit. and I think I spoke to a few people out here. Everybody asks me this question wherever I go. What's the impact of Trump and how positive is that for India? So I'm not going to go into that, but everybody focuses on Trump tariffs as a source of risk. The biggest risk of Trump policy, if he implements everything that he has been saying on the campaign trail, is what he does to immigration. Last year, America imported 3.3 million people. That was 85% of its population growth. The risk with Trump is that number crashes. And it will take away the tailwind to growth, and it will create tailwind to inflation. America will go into stagflation. The tariffs will not do as much damage as the restriction on immigration will do. So US has terminal growth because of immigration. India has terminal growth because of natural growth in population. And those are the two markets that you see trade at 150%. The rest of the world doesn't have terminal growth. They have population declines with the exception of Africa. But the problem is Africa is 50 different countries. It's not one country. And then there are other constraints, but I won't go into those.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Ridhimi. Thank you for your time, and
Thank you.
Thanks for giving us your time today.
Thank you, Rhythm. This was such a lovely, session to end the wonderful day. Thank you for being with us. Right. Before we break, I just want to thank everybody today for what has been a really exhilarating day for us from the Speciale family. Right. So many of you have come from many different places, right, and spent your precious time with us. Right. We're very, very thankful to all of you. Right. Hope the sessions have been valuable. Hope the direction in which we're thinking about Speciale and the portfolio companies has been good, right? We will open up cocktails and dinner after this, but a really, really heartfelt thank you from Vishesh, myself, and the Speciale team, right? And the support team that put together this entire event, right? Really appreciate everybody coming. This is signing off, but let's continue the conversations over cocktails and dinner. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep building from India.